it doesn't need to capture all the screen because we have the other camera back
Right.
there.
Gotcha.
And it's actually hopefully capturing it from the screen itself. Okay. Beautiful. All right. Excellent. Good to go. All right. Well, welcome everyone to Friday of KansasFest 2023. And we got off to a little bit of a slow start this morning and had to make some slight adjustments. We're actually going to make some changes to the schedule. So stay tuned for announcements about when the talks are, especially for this afternoon. So we're no longer going to have the marathon session, game session this afternoon, and instead we're going to have some of tomorrow's talks, hopefully today instead. So stay tuned for that change. And so other than that, I'm just going to launch into my presentation. And I was hoping to actually have this morning to kind of run through what I was actually going to demo. But if I did not have time to do that, so it's going to be a little unpolished once we actually get to the demo part, but maybe just more time for questions. So yeah, feel free. If you have questions, either ask during the talk or at the end. I don't really mind. I don't have a script per se. So let me get started. So I'm talking today about the Apple II TS, which is the name of my Apple II emulator. For those of you who have been following my YouTube channel, plug there for the YouTube channel. I started a series about a year and a half ago where I decided to write a Apple II emulator using TypeScript, which is a flavor of JavaScript. So JavaScript, you know, is a web programming language. It has a kind of a bad reputation. It's not strongly typed. It's very loosey-goosey, and so you know a lot of people scoff at it. TypeScript is an attempt to fix that. So that was actually, I think it was Microsoft that started that project. It basically takes JavaScript and turns it into kind of a real programming language. And you know, maybe people will debate me on that. But it's actually a lot of fun. You know, things are typed so you can know what's going on. I use the Visual Studio Code editor, which was kind of designed, you know, really for TypeScript. I mean, it works with a lot of other languages, but you know, using VS Code with TypeScript it's just amazing. You know, it helps you write the code basically. You know, content assist and jumping to and fro different functions. So it's a lot of fun, and you know. You might ask, well, you know, why do we need another emulator? Clearly, there are a lot of ones out there. They're fantastic. I use Virtual 2 on my Mac every day. In fact, it was like, you know, indispensable when I was developing this. You know, light years ahead of anything that I've done. On Windows, you have Apple Win, which is fantastic, or you know, you have MAME, which is sort of like I don't think it's a Ferrari. What would be something that's incredibly complicated and impossible to use, but powerful? I don't know what kind of car that would be. The space shuttle or a tractor, yes. So, you know, there's a lot of fantastic emulators out there. This was not an attempt to create something necessarily better or to replace any of those. It was really just a fun project that I started, mostly for my YouTube channel. So, what is it? It's an enhanced Apple IIe. It 128K RAM. I won't read all this. It basically has all the features of a Apple IIe, and since it's running in the browser, you obviously can get whatever speed your computer is capable of. I just have a little note there on my MacBook, running in Chrome. If I turn off the throttling, the 1 megahertz, I can get it to run, up to 32 megahertz, in terms of speed. Not that, that's kind of ridiculous at that speed, but yeah, I'm not going to go through all this. It supports all of the major file formats, so you can import, disk images, WAS, hard drive images, etc. And it's actually deployed out on GitHub pages, and I'll get to that in a minute. And finally, it also works as a progressive web application. So if you don't know what that is, that's basically some browsers, especially Chrome, if you go to a web page and it's written as a web application, you can actually click a button in the upper right and you can say, install this as an application on my desktop. And it looks just like an app. And you can even assign a file format to it. So you can double click on a file and it'll launch just that application in a totally separate window. It's still a web browser under the covers, but it's not tied to, say your running Chrome application. Okay. kind of going fast. But I'm not going to go through the architecture. The main point I wanted to make here is, maybe there's 2 points. One is that it's somewhat organized, and so I've tried to do things the right way. And so basically what I've done in the code is I've split the, for an emulator, you kind of have 2 pieces. One is the display portion, and the other portion is the actual 6502 itself. And so I've split those into 2 separate threads or processes, whatever you want to call it, in the browser. And so you have the main process, which is displaying what looks like an Apple IIe, and then you have the Apple IIe itself, the 6502, running in a completely separate, what's called a worker thread in JavaScript, and they just communicate back and forth. And I didn't do this originally, which was a huge mistake because it was really hard to switch afterward, but it made a significant improvement in the performance. And you wouldn't think so because there's a lot of information that has to get passed back and forth. Basically, when every time the Apple, actually 60 times a second, it basically has to pass across all of the text memory or high-res or low-res memory back and forth so it can display. JavaScript has no problem doing that. The problem I was having before, where it was all just one continuous basically process, is I could never get it to run at 1 megahertz. And the actual CPU, and the reason why is because it was competing with the 60 frames per second that the browser was attempting to refresh. And since I was trying to refresh the CPU at 60 frames per second, you had a conflict. Martin, question?
Sorry, this is what I'm getting on the YouTube.
Is that like a, what does that say?
It's not like, it doesn't resemble what's it just looks like an earlier version that's just...
Oh, hit refresh. You might be frozen sometimes. Maybe can somebody else check on the live stream whether it's actually, is it keeping up?
I'm getting the same thing.
I just clicked it from the Discord.
Do you think it stopped streaming?
No,
It's good.
Brit is getting the right signal.
And it's live?
And that one looks live? Good? Okay. Martin, I'm so sorry.
It's just me.
You'll have to watch
No, it's me.
live.
It's me too, Mark.
You as
Yeah.
well.
It might,
Just getting this.
it might be the bandwidth down here as well. That can be a problem. So.
It's live 2023, right? /live 2023?
Yeah. No, I don't know what that URL is.
It's not that one.
Okay, then
I think that one ended.
it ended.
The one that today is KFest Friday 2023.
That's the title of it. Yeah. The URL should be a bunch of like glue.
This is working for me.
Okay.
All right.
I'm just going to keep going and hope
Hope it's working.
hope for the best. Yeah. Okay. So enough of that. Just real quick, I don't want to go through all the gory details of the emulator. Just some really interesting things that I found along the way. So one thing that you have to worry about is how do you handle memory and soft switches. So on an Apple II, Apple IIe, a lot of the functionality is controlled by what are known as soft switches. So you write or read from an address on the computer, and it completely changes the behavior. So for example, if you write to a certain address, all of a sudden, rather than using the main memory of the computer, you're using the upper 64K of memory, like your little auxiliary card. Or you're turning on high-res graphics or something. Or you're using banked memory or something. And so you have to handle this, right? And so the way I did this, originally I was doing it basically every single memory address or access of memory. I would say, okay, well, what's the status of my soft switches? And then I would just have this, I basically had like this giant nested if statement. Horrible. So Tom Phelps, who presented here a few years ago on the IE emulator, AIIEE, he wrote to me and he's like, dude, there's a much better way to do this, which he used in his emulator, which is basically to use a lookup table. And so what I have is just a giant block of memory and then a separate lookup table. So only when a soft switch is changed, I just go and change the lookup table. And so I say, okay, well now, from now on, whenever you go and access a certain memory location, you're going to get that from here. Okay, does that kind of make sense? And I can go into more details, after the talk about that. So that sped up the emulator tremendously because it just wasn't doing all this checking every single time. Graphics, very hard. Still probably a work in progress. And the reason why, as we all know, and we heard from some talks yesterday about the VGA converter is, the Apple II graphics are, some might say, weird, right? It's essentially a black and white computer that's faking color, and the color is dependent upon the position of a dot on the screen. So you have to take that into account when you're creating an emulator. And not only that, you get these weird kind of fringing effects where if you have two colors next to each other, they produce a certain, or two dots next to each other, they're going to produce one color. If you only have one dot there, it might produce, brown. It could produce, some sort of strange off-green color. It's not the color that you might expect. And so the way I handled this, which was where Virtual 2 came in really handy, was basically I double the width of the screen. So the Apple IIe screen, normally it's 270 dots, but what I'm doing is I'm using a array that's 560 dots across, and I'm just saying, okay, well, this color, which normally would be orange, is actually going to be brown because there's no pixels next to it. And you can see at the bottom here, I have a comparison of, this is Michael Pohoreski, who is a developer on AppleWin, who was also one of the team members for Nox Archaeist. And he wrote a test program for AppleWin to take a look at, what do the colors look like. And so I've run his test program, and so you can kind of see, here's what a real monitor looks like on the left, and this was taken on my Apple Color, using an iPhone. Here's what Virtual 2 looks like, and here's what my emulator looks like. And so you can see, for both of these cases, we're more or less getting the colors correct, but we're clearly not capturing the CRT-ness, right? And actually, AppleWin does an amazing job of trying to, really emulate what a CRT looks like. Eventually, I could put more time into this, make it look better, but that's sort of, it's good enough for now. Sound is really hard, and the reason why is because in an Apple IIe, you have a 1-bit speaker. So, it's basically an on-off. That sounds simple, but the trouble is, because you're running the 1 megahertz chip, you can actually access that speaker so fast that it doesn't have time to do a full up and a full down before the next blip of the speaker comes in. And so this is how you can do things like pulse width modulation. So those of you who have played Nox Archaeist, actually, when you bring up the splash screen, there's some boom, boom, booms, and these little sound effects that are done with that effect. That, on a modern computer, is extremely hard to do. Not impossible, but the trouble is, on the browser, you're limited by the API. So Virtual 2 has no problems doing sound. AppleWin can do sound. Because they're running at the, they can just do whatever they want because they're in complete control of the computer. With the web browser, you're limited by the API. In that case, the API gives you, you can basically run sounds up to the speed of like a CD-ROM. So 44,000 hertz, is like the upper limit of the sound effects that you can get on a browser. And that is just not good enough to simulate some of these Apple IIe sound effects. Okay, and I can talk more about that offline. And I'm also looking for suggestions as to how to make it better. So as I said before, it has support for all of these different file formats. So it supports ProDOS block. It's also SmartPort driver. Right now I only have reading from SmartPort. And the only reason I needed to add that was actually for the pitch dark disk image. So pitch dark is a bunch of Infocom games that Cucumba and others put together. It uses SmartPort, and as soon as I tried to boot it up on my emulator, it didn't work, and so I had to add support for SmartPort for that. And the way this works in my emulator is it basically looks to see, is somebody accessing the disk drive? And if they are, I notice that in my code and just jump to a separate little JavaScript routine which says, okay, well, since you don't have a physical hard drive, go ahead and just read the bits from the file, basically. Turns out that it's actually incredibly fast to do that because you already have the entire 4 ProDOS blocks in 512-byte blocks, and so you just give it 512 bytes all at once. So it turns out to be way faster in an emulator than if you were actually on like physical media, like a hard drive. Okay. feel like I'm just talking super fast. One of the really fun things about doing a project like this is you get to just do whatever you want. And so I suddenly realized one day, well, since I have the entire Apple IIe going, I know everything that's happening. I know when it's doing whatever. And so you can put in like what I've called custom handlers. And so basically, if you load up certain games in my emulators, and I have about a dozen or so that it knows, oh, I've started Aztec or something like that. It can actually say, okay, I know that these 3 bytes in memory are where the key routine is for Aztec, and I'm just going to insert a special handler. And so I've done things like when it detects a certain game, it'll bring up a little help screen, and I'll show this, or it will change the way the keyboard works. So for example, for Karateka, as soon as I tried this on the phone, I realized I couldn't play the game because there's no arrow keys on the keyboard on an iPhone. You bring up the keyboard, there's no arrows, and so you can't move your little guy in Karateka. So I just added, I think it's like N and M are now left and right in addition to the arrow keys. You can also do things like modify the code. So Castle Wolfenstein, everybody knows you run into the wall, super annoying because it makes a terrible noise. Not anymore in mine because I just blip out those, I just changed the assembly code. And so those bytes are just no ops, basically. And then finally, you can do things like add joystick support. So, I added joystick support for Aztec, right, which is notorious for the number of keys that you have to use. But you can plug in a game controller, and you can just play Aztec with a joystick. Okay, questions on that? Okay, let me just switch over real quick. That was a lot of, yeah.
I do have some questions, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
So something I didn't understand
Mm-hmm.
is that I followed you on your YouTube series.
Yeah.
And I saw, when you were originally starting, you had written, 6502, it could, like the different opcodes and everything like that. You
Yeah.
started programming, you didn't do them all, but you.
Yep.
But then there was like a big jump to, okay, here's an Apple II.
Yeah.
And so somewhere in there you have to plug in the ROMs, you have to, for the characters and all. Like I didn't see that part.
Yeah. And I'm not really talking about that today. And maybe I should apologize. I think my YouTube channel kind of comes and goes in terms of when I put out videos, and there were some jumps. So, when you're creating an emulator, you basically, there's 2 pieces to it. One is, like I was saying, kind of creating the front end of it, and then the other one is the back end of the actual 6502, right, the chip. And so when I created the actual emulator part, I got the ROMs, right, so you can find the ROMs online, perhaps not necessarily legally, but you can download those, right? You just put those into the memory, and so I talked before about how I have this kind of big block of memory with a lookup table. The ROM is just a chunk of that, right? It just gets read in from a file when the emulator starts up, right? And then for things like the graphics, it basically is requesting, okay, I want to display, whatever the graphics is, just give me a chunk of memory of whatever should be on the screen. And so then the emulator itself says, okay, well, I'm in high-res mode. I'm going to send you a chunk of high-res data or something like that. And so it just reads it from the memory, sends it across, and displays it. Does that kind of answer your?
It does.
Okay.
You're right. I think there was a part I didn't get.
Yeah.
I didn't understand. So
Yeah. I meant to do videos on graphics, like high-res, double high-res, which was a lot of fun because I actually knew nothing about double high-res. I haven't done those videos, so maybe in the future. So anyway, this is the emulator itself. Right now I'm running locally, but I'll show you how to run it on your own. And so I just have kind of this little welcome screen, which kind of tells you some of the keyboard shortcuts. Down on the bottom, there is a bunch of controls. So you can boot it up, you can change the color mode, turn the sound on and off, change whether you're running at regular speed or high speed. Right now there's only 2 speeds. It'd be nice to have more. A few keyboard buttons. So on an iPhone or an Android, you don't have like an escape key. And so I've added little buttons for that so you can actually click that on your screen. Probably I'm missing some as well. On the right-hand side down at the bottom are the disk drives. And so actually for these, the 3 down there, it doesn't really matter which one you click on. You can load any disk format into any of them, and it'll do the right thing. And there's a lot of stuff that's hard-coded right now, so the hard drive is in slot 7, the 2 floppies are in slot 6. There's no way for the user to change that. I have to go into my code. And then I've actually added a lot of kind of pre-canned disk images. So if you click on the box of floppies there, so it ships with all of these different games and utilities just built in. And so if, let's say I can click on Total Replay, it'll boot up and boom, and there's Total Replay. And then one thing I found yesterday that I didn't even know you could do is hold down the arrow key, and apparently this is a thing you're supposed to do in emulators to show, look, this is amazing. So there, that was amazing. Yeah, so thank you. Yeah. And if you actually turn off if you turn it on fast speed and do that, it's just a black screen because it can't even keep up. But basically, that's what I was kind of saying about the Protoss blocks, where it's just reading the bytes from memory so quickly, that it can just kind of keep up with, your keystrokes. So let's see, if I go back and I just type like Karateka, which I think I always use for my demos because it's one of my favorite games. So it'll boot up, and then you can see as it's booting, it actually changed the text on the right-hand side. You don't have to read that, but it knows, this is Karateka. And it tells you what the controls are. It's added in a couple extra controls, like the keyboard. And we'll just get it going here. And sounds great, right? No problems with sound. Sound is perfect until you boot up Nox Archaeist, and then you are sad. So it has no problems with just regular, very simple tonal sounds where you're just, plugging the computer very.
Pulse width modulation is right out?
Right out, yes. Yeah, so here's the game, and obviously you can play it. Go ahead.
So your detection of the program doesn't count on where you're loading from. It's not like you needed to scan it or whatever. You could load it from Nox Archaeist or from a Total Recall.
Yeah.
Or like a standalone copy.
That's
something like that.
correct. Yeah. I will say if you had like a really weird version of a game, or maybe like a beta version of Karateka or something like that, where it's just looking for where a certain number of bytes are in memory, and so if those bytes aren't there, it's just not going to detect it. And it's a little inefficient because it's doing it, all the time. I mean, not every, it's like basically like I think when I load a disk, then it checks, hey, what are the bits that just got loaded in memory? Which turned out to be a big problem for some games. Like, I don't know if you're familiar with the game Snoggle, which is a Broderbund game that's like Pac-Man. It's a clone of Pac-Man that they got into big trouble with. But that game basically, I'm looking for my keyboard cable here, or joystick cable. So Snoggle is a game where it loads itself into memory, and then it completely copies itself to a different portion of memory before it runs. And so I ran into a situation where I could either have the help displayed, but not have my custom keyboard controls, or vice versa, right? Because, so what I ended up doing then is having two different, there's like one for loading, where it'll display the help, and then it's also looking for a different 3 bytes in memory for, things like, okay, what are the keyboard controls you want for this game or something? So there's a lot of subtleties and complexities, and I'm sure it could be better. So let me see if I can actually. How are we doing on time? Am I okay? 10:22. Okay, I have no idea how that even. How long have I been talking?
22 minutes.
Okay, good. All right. So let me plug this in and see if I can actually get this to work. Oh, there we go. Okay, so here's the little guy. He's moving. And we'll just go up here. So, by the way, anybody who has a gamepad like this, so modern browsers just support these right out of the box. Ken, could you come up here for a minute, though? I need your help. Yeah, so if you're interested in writing web applications, there's a gamepad API, and it just works. Here, would you play that for a minute and tell people what's happening?
What's happening?
Yeah, do you feel anything?
Nausea.
No. When you get hit?
Oh, there's force feedback.
Yes.
It's tactile. Nice.
Yeah, so another thing,
If you die, does he get a big shock or something in the controller?
oh, yeah, I should have, if you fall off the cliff, you'll feel it. You'll feel it. Yeah, so the gamepad interface on modern browsers, it has support for what's called rumble or force feedback. And so on Karateka, what I did is I found the memory location. I think it's like 1E or something like that. And I noticed, okay, that's the one that controls or basically counts how much life you have and how much life the enemy has. And so I'm just watching that, watching. And every time I notice it changes, I say, rumble, right? Or do force feedback. And actually, the API lets you choose what it actually feels like. And so for you getting hit, it feels one way. For the other guy getting hit, it feels different. And so you just, you can just do fun things like this, right? I mean, I don't know what use this is. Castle Wolfenstein, actually, what I did is, maybe this is even more annoying. So now when you run into the wall, you don't get the sound. Instead, you get the rumble. So you feel it, right, when you run into the wall. Yeah, it's kind of fun. And then you can also, I won't necessarily, well, I can boot it up, but so Electronic Arts released One-on-One, Dr. J and Larry Bird, and awesome game. A lot of, my brother and I love this. The problem with this game is, if you play two-player, one poor person has to use the keyboard. And I can't remember whether you have to switch, but right? Yeah, defense uses the keyboard, right? But with this, right, because it supports the game controllers, right, you can now play two-player. I have another gamepad if anybody wants to come up afterward and go two-player head-on-head on one-on-one. It's so much more fun, right? And there actually was a product out pretty recently that lets you actually do this on a real Apple IIe, but now you can do the same thing on the gamepad. Let me see, what else? So you can change the color. So there's green screen mode. There's orange. These are just hard-coded, so whether those are good colors or not. One other thing I did, if I boot up, actually, I also created it so it has a custom file format. So it's this A2TS, and these are just a special file format that's like saving the state of the emulator. And so you can restore these. And so here I am in the middle of Nox Archaeist, and so I can walk around. Again, Tom Phelps with the IE emulator, he invented time travel. So if I go off into the ocean, I'm drowning. All characters dead. If I hit Control left arrow, I'm just going back in time. Or I can go forward in time and drown. So you go back in time, hit the space bar, and now you're back alive again. So.
Are there any paradoxes due to this?
Oh, probably. I'm sure. You kill yourself or something. Yeah. So that's just a fun feature. You're
Yourself out of the ocean.
Yeah, you pull yourself out of the. You're playing Choplifter. You step on one of the guys by mistake. Well, you just back up and start over. So basically it's saving the exact same state that it uses to save out to the disk as well. So it's just the same chunk of memory. What else? Oh, so what I was going to point out is for Nox Archaeist, for example, since it's a game that is high-res graphics, basically any text on the screen has the problem of like color fringing, right? And so let me here, hold on, I'm going to reset this. And we'll bring it up. Maybe I can do it. Yeah, let me just bring up the same one I had. And if I hit the tab key, okay. So here's some text on the screen. Some users, don't like all the fringing or whatever. But I have a mode where it basically, you can't really tell with this font, but with the other font in Nox Archaeist, it basically turns off some of the fringing. And so this is something that Applewin also did as well. And it just makes it kind of look a little bit nicer, so it's kind of more readable, I guess. And that's just modifying the way I display the high-res graphics on the screen.
Is that feature turned on now, or is that?
I think with this font, you can't tell. I would have to, I wonder if I switch to, where is Nox? Right there in the middle. This might have the, oh, do you want to hear the sound? Okay, don't make fun of me. You'll kind of hear the problem, and like if you run like the music construction set, that's another great one to show off how bad your emulator is. Do you hear it? Yeah, it has no, it knows something's happening, but it just cannot deal with the up and down that's happening so fast. And I also don't have Mockingboard support in yet because I'm scared. I don't know how to do Mockingboard. The documentation is very minimal, but that's something that I want to do in the future. So yeah, here now fringing is turned off. So let me turn it back on. Okay, so it might be a little hard to tell from the back, but if you look on, say, start a new game, you can kind of see how there's green and kind of purple. If I turn off fringing, everything just crisps up, right? So that's nice, you know. Okay.
Except the part that you continue the game with the sound.
Yeah, right, and that's really interesting, right? Because that's highlighted text, and so that the color fringing, for whatever reason, doesn't help with that. And I don't know whether that's me and the way I've implemented this, or whether it's just something about the fringed text. Okay, I'm sure there's a million other things that I could demo, but that's probably a good place to stop. If you want to actually try it out, so let me switch back real quick here to the keynote. So real quick, some thanks for people that have helped me with this. I'm sure I'm forgetting some names on there. A list of other things that I want to do in the future. The first one is probably Mockingboard support. I just want to, that's cool. So that'd be fun. And this is available now. And so you can go on your browser, on your phone, apple2ts.com. This is actually hosted by GitHub Pages, which is amazing. It's been around for like 6 years, but I just discovered it. So basically, on GitHub, you can have your project on there, and you can just essentially deploy it to GitHub itself, and you can use a custom URL. So I had to obviously, get the URL hosting somewhere else. That's actually on WordPress. But yeah, it just works fantastic. Best browsers are Chrome, but it'll work in Safari, Firefox, Edge, etc. Some of them just don't have some of the support for like the gamepad and stuff like that, or it's not as good. This is also open source, so it's out on the GitHub link. There's actually, if you go to the emulator itself, there's a link at the bottom that says report an issue. So if you find bugs, or you want feature enhancements, or you want to just help out with the project, that would be great. Thank you. Okay, how about just like a couple questions so we don't run, yeah.
I'll make it real quick.
No
Do you have a debugger?
So sort of. I put in a rudimentary debugger, but I just found that it wasn't fully featured enough to make it worthwhile to continue doing the debugger as compared to like Virtual 2, which has an amazing debugger. And to be honest, the easiest way to debug this is to just right-click and go into the developer tools on Chrome or Safari, and then just put breakpoints into the TypeScript code. And then literally you can stop in the middle of the 6502 instructions and say, okay, well, what's going on in memory? What's the instruction? Et cetera. Totally clunky though, but so the short answer is no. I mean, I would love to do that, but I feel like some other emulators like Virtual 2 are so far ahead in terms of their features that I don't know whether I want to take this down that path, or whether this is just more fun and I want to do stuff, like more with the gamepad, more with, kind of interesting things about modifying running code, like running games or something. Great question, though.
Thank you.
Next. Any other questions? Okay, try it out. Oh, yeah, go ahead. Oh, this one here, this is a Xbox clone kind of controller. It also works with like the Nintendo, where's the little, like the little Nintendo one. I've tried it with the PlayStation controller. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, if you do a Google search for like gamepad tester, you'll get to a website that lets you just test out whatever, But so far, I have found almost every controller just works out of the box, And that's not something I did. It's just, the browser just has support for those. It definitely works in Chrome. It works in Safari every now and then. Seems weird. I can't remember if I've tried it in Firefox. I think that it should work. Some controllers have different buttons though and different arrangements, and so you just have to play around with that. And I didn't show Aztec, but that was still a nightmare. It's still a nightmare to play because you still got 50 buttons, but it's fun to run around with the little guy. Yeah. Yes, it's rendered on a canvas, exactly. That's full screen too. Yes. Yep. So the Canvas API on the browsers is, really has a lot of features that I haven't explored that much, and so I'm sure you could do things like scan lines or this is actually made so when you scale it up, it actually what do I want to say? It crisply scales. It's scaling by whatever, nearest neighbor. Yeah, exactly, nearest neighbor. You could change it to scale by blurry. I've tried that and it makes my eyes hurt. But so yeah, there's a lot of different things, and maybe audio. Yeah. Yes. Yep. 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 Sounds like maybe you want to take a look at the code and maybe help out. Yeah, yeah. No, that's a good point about the audio. Yeah. So the question was, how do you improve the audio? Maybe some filters on that. That would be good. Okay, I better stop here. Come grab me if you have more questions. So let's move on to the next. Yeah. One more. Testing, testing. Check, 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 check.
How's the,
Okay, hold on 1 second. Let me get the camera going.
okay, YouTube audio coming through.
Okay, do you see YouTube?
Excellent.
Do you see his presentation?
No.
Not yet.
Give it a minute. It should be up there.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep, there it is.
All right, let me.
All right. Good. Okay,
Yep, let's do
so
it.
welcome back, everybody. So now we have Mark Lemmert of 6502 Workshop, the creators of KansasFest, and he will be telling us all about the analysis of the Lord British Cowbug. So Mark, take it away.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, everyone. So I've read in best practices to never apologize before making a presentation, so I'm not going to. I am, however, just going to briefly explain that. I tend to not wing things and do a lot of preparation and dry runs for presentations, and all of my dry run practice time this morning disappeared because I and a few others were helping Chris and the rest of the committee given the whole situation. So you will now get to see what it looks like when I wing something. It may not be pretty. It will probably mean mainly that I stare at my notes a lot as I'm talking. So that's just where we are, and hopefully we'll still all have some fun with this because, boy, this was a weird bug and a fun one. So that all being said, I forgot to introduce myself for those of you who may not know me. I'm Mark Lemmert, lead developer of KansasFest, and thanks for coming or tuning in to our session today. So before we talk about cows, let's talk about storms. As you may have heard, 6502 Workshop recently rolled out the first ever expansion released for an Apple II game, released by the original developers. KansasFest Lord of Storms was released in April. And many thanks to my teammates who worked on this project and the original game that it is based upon. And many thanks to all the players for their support and the Apple II community at large for their support, especially our beta testers and Patreon members. So I guess this means that we're not a one-trick pony. Having now done 2 releases now. But we're not here to talk about ponies, we're here to talk about cows. So, without further ado, we'll get to the cows. So earlier this year, a player who goes by P2E on Discord managed to turn Lord British into a cow in KansasFest. After the abrupt transformation, his cowship is still invincible, though he quickly loses interest in the battle and mostly eats grass. So am I standing in a good spot for the live stream?
Yeah.
Okay, just double checking.
No, it looks great.
Okay, awesome. Okay, so we've done some investigation into how this happens. First, we noteth that to reproduceth this event, thou must cast thine Cowmageddon spell in the denomination of 3. Casteth thine spell not to 4, nor shalt thou cast it twice, unlessing, of course, thou proceedeth to thrice. 5 is right out. Now, the fact that this is the year of the Apple III, and you got to cast the Cowmageddon spell 3 times, what a wonderful coincidence. It is just a wonderful coincidence in so many ways. So, we think that casting the spell, Cowmageddon spell, precisely 3 times, it summons the Holy Cow Grenade of Minok, and the Holy Cow Grenade landed on Lord British, and then things got downright silly from there. Seriously, though, it looks like the root cause of the manifestation of Lord Cowbrish is a problem that is common to many bugs in Apple II games. We'll take a dive into the details soon, but let's actually take a look at this bug for those of you who have not actually seen it happen on screen. going to boot up KansasFest in Micromate. Our friends at Paleotronic were nice enough to let us use Micromate as the wrapped emulator around KansasFest that we sometimes refer to as the Nox app. Micromate is tech sniping you, Chris, here on the sound capability.
Oh, now there's the mockingbird.
We'll put Chris out of his misery here and just skip ahead. So this is the actual disk image that the Discord user P2E sent me, and he had saved the game here right by Lord British. And so the next step is to do what so many of us have done over the years in an Ultima game or a game that Lord British is in. Is well, let's attack Lord British and see if we can take him. So that's the next step here. And the Calmageddon spell, for those who have not played KansasFest or gotten that far in KansasFest, because this is an end game spell. It's a level 9 spell, and there's 10 levels. What it does is it randomly summons cows that just kind of rain down on the screen. And if a cow lands on an enemy combatant, it squishes them and they disappear. So the spell kind of gives you a tactical advantage of a lot of distraction because the mobs will start attacking the cows and things. But then also, you know, usually a couple of cases per casting, you'll actually take out a couple of the mobs or enemy combatants through that squishing effect. Now, Lord British, of course, is protected from that. That I foresaw to make sure that he could repel said cow attacks and all of that. So what we're going to do here, other than show off a little more Mockingbird music for Chris. Boy, he's glad we didn't have it play constantly throughout the game. Yeah, right. So we're going to cast Calmageddon 3 times, as discussed before. Summonitus Lavash. I'm going to put the mouse cursor here on Lord British so we can keep track of him. And here's the second casting. And thrice. Oh! There he goes. And where's our mouse? Yeah, there he is right there. And then the mobs will get their turn here. And look, it says Mad Cow attacks Lord British missed. So that, the first thing that told me as I was looking at this for the first time was, okay, on some level, the game engine still seems to think that object there is Lord British. It looks like a cow, walks like a cow, talks like a cow, but something there is still Lord British-esque. So that was an important clue in the debugging of things. So the root cause of the bug, in summary, and then we'll dive into detail, but in summary, it is a 8-bit index overflow, which has been the cause of many Apple II game bugs. For example, there are some games that have a limit for stats like strength and intelligence of 255, and if you increase your stats above 255, they roll over to 0. Particularly common in like early 80s games, and then eventually, developers, had seen that and started to try to anticipate that and set up checks for that and so forth. But throughout time of Apple II time, the 8-bit overflow has managed to cause a lot of bugs at one point or another. So. Well, that is a very interesting observation. It actually is not why 3 is the the lucky number here, but that's a very interesting observation. 3 just keeps coming in here in so many ways, trying to tell us something. So let's go back to the other screen here. How do I get out of full screen mode? Okay, so I'm going to try to explain this in a way that doesn't require knowing assembly language to follow the logic. The map object data for mobs exists in memory from the address BF00 through BFFF, a 256 byte array or chunk of memory. Each mob has 8 bytes per record, and that stores information like its XY position on the screen, the tile ID for the mob, and the tile ID is what determines what shape is drawn or tile is drawn. Flags and some other data make up that 8 bytes. Half of this 256 byte array is reserved for summoned creatures, like cows, which means we have a maximum space for 16 total summoned creatures, 16 cows. When the Cowmageddon spell is cast, there's an 8-bit index which points to this summoned creature section of this mob array, the upper 128 bytes. And this index gets incremented each time a cow is created so that it gets created in the next record sort of up the array. And let's see, what was I illustrating here? So this was just an illustration of the 8-byte map object record. So this would be like mob 1, mob 2, mob 3, and so on down the line, all the way up to the very last record would have an index value of F8, hex F8, and then that would cover it would end at FF. So let's take a look at an example of how an index can be used. So the index is added to a base address resulting in a target address. The target address is usually an address that the program is going to read or write data to. And I did this illustration in hex and in decimal. Decimal, it's really easy. If you got a base address of 40,000 and your index is 8, then your target address is 40,008. So if your index was stored, let's say, in the register Y, you could say do a write to 40,000, comma Y, and if Y equals 8, that means you're writing to 40,008. That's kind of the general idea of indexes, and it's nothing unique to assembly. That goes on in lots of languages where you're using offsets and things like that. But it does exist all the way down at the processor level, the concept of using an offset to a base value. This chart shows the target memory address for creating each cow object record over the course of 3 castings of Cowmageddon. So as shown in the formula column, the index is being added to the base address of BF00, and again, this is because the first half of the array is used for mob data, and the second half is used for summoned creatures. And for whatever reason, when I did the original architecture, it gets implemented as, okay, so the first summoned creature goes at BF00 plus 80, which is decimal 128 to get you to the first record in the second half. I could have just made the base address BF80 to start in the middle, but for whatever reason I didn't. In any event, each spell summons 8 cows, and when the second cow, or I'm sorry, when the last cow of the second casting is summoned, it's going to be the line right above, we got the yellow highlight line, the line right above that is the last cow of the second summoning. And at that point, 16 cows have been created, and the index value at that point is F8 in hex, 248 in decimal. The first cow of the third casting is the yellow highlight. And when that happens, the index is incremented by 8. So F8 plus 8, or 248 decimal plus 8, well, that results in an index value of 100 hex, or 256 decimal. A single byte can only hold the values 0 through 255, and the 6502 processor is designed to handle this overflow by rolling over the byte value to 0. As a result, when we go to the second cow, we end up with an index value of 8 and it's an index value of 8 either in hex or decimal. And since we're working with a base address of BF00, the cow gets created using the memory in the very first record at BF00, which is reserved for mobs, not for summoned creatures at that very first part of the array. Well, guess whose object record data is at BF00? Lord British, because BF00 is the start of the mob array, and he's the only mob. Of course, I think of it more as an NPC, but from a game engine perspective, once you're in combat, you've got the player, and then you got the mob, and then you got stuff that gets summoned. That's just the way the game engine logic is structured. So that's why I'm sitting here calling Lord British a mob. But yeah, so that's how it lands right in that spot in memory. So let's take a quick look at the fix for this bug, which after testing out, I promptly removed because this bug is just entirely too silly not to keep. I look at it as kind of like the wizardry summon or identify bishop number 9, that they just kept in for any, patches or ports or whatever. Just became part of the game. And so the fix came down to 2 bytes. No, it would be funny if it was 3, but no, 2 bytes. Right here, D027 at memory address 9C11 fixed it. And the reason that it fixed it is because those opcode, that opcode and instruction value triggers a branch to the exit routine of the loop that is doing the summoning of the cows. And once it exits, well, then it doesn't summon any more cows. The branch triggers if the routine here, combat.special or combat.spell.create.special, special is just what I called stuff that's summoned for some reason. So if this routine detects an overflow, it passes a code, which I have documented here in the accumulator register. This routine is going to return the value 01 if an overflow occurs. And I didn't have this line here, the D027, which translates in assembly to bne.exit. I didn't have that in there, nor did I have my documentation comment there either. Essentially, the functionality to detect the overflow was in the subroutine, and I entirely forgot to use it. And I forgot to use it because Cowmageddon is a special summoning routine. All other summoning spells, and there's like 6 summoning spells in Nox or Chaos. You can summon a bunch of skeletons, or you can summon me. You can summon Nox Fred. You can summon all kinds of things. But all those other summoning routines use the same top-level spell routine for efficiency, reusable code and all of that. But the Cowmageddon spell was so different than the others in terms of how it worked that it ended up becoming kind of its own top-level spell routine. Still shared some of the lower-level summoning code, but sort of had its own driver, if you will. And what ended up happening was, I copied and pasted a bunch of stuff from the sort of like the main summoning routines into, well, now I'm creating the special one. And somewhere in that process of copying and pasting stuff over, I managed to not copy over that little critical part, and here we are. So that was the fix. And this does beg the question, I would imagine, as to whether or not this shirt is still accurate. Lord British undefeated in KansasFest, which I have a picture somewhere of Richard Garriott wearing this, which is pretty cool. He loved it. Since in Ultima, there's always a way, you know, for like the first 7 games, you know, they tried to make it impossible to kill Lord British, but then there was always a bug or something to figure it out, and then after that, they just had fun with it and made it Easter eggs. But he thought that was pretty fun, that finally there was a Lord British in a game where Lord British cannot be defeated. And as to whether it's still accurate, the answer is yes, because the turning Lord British into a cow doesn't really defeat him, doesn't, you know, quote unquote kill him, if we want to use that terminology. Chris himself tried, and others, to continue the battle after Lord British became a cow. And while Lord British, again, loses interest in the battle and mostly eats grass, he still repels all attacks. You can't take him out. So it's effectively a draw. And therefore, sure, it is still accurate. Though, I will have to footnote, though, to give credit where credit is due. Back in the 80s, killing Lord British was a quest that many undertook. And it was always based on, at least as I ever heard about it, it was always based on, you know, in-game mechanics, using in-game mechanics to do it. What Rickles undertook was the challenge to see if he could hack the game and manage to defeat Lord British that way. And he attempted once in beta testing and fought Lord British to a draw. And then a couple of years went by, and I don't remember exactly how it came up. We were chatting on the KansasFest Discord, and he thought that he could probably pull it off now because he's the developer of Deathlord Reloaded. If you're familiar with the game Deathlord, Rickles basically remastered it into something that's still fun, but not nearly as brutal as the original as far as some of the quality of life aspects of it. And in the process of doing that, he learned a whole ton of stuff. And so he turned his skills towards hacking KansasFest and trying to kill Lord British. And he was successful the second time using a bunch of tools that basically hacked into Applewin, pulled a bunch of information out of the machine state, and was able to narrow down where in memory I was hiding his invincibility code and the backup to the invincibility code. And there are a couple layers of protection in there. Needle in a haystack to find. Cucumba may have been capable of doing it the old-fashioned way, but of course he's disqualified by having seen the code and optimizing it. But Rickles was able to do it through very cleverly getting some modern tools to do the work to narrow down the paths and get to the region of memory where it was stored, and then just look through the assembly code in that area and pinpoint it and make a little change, and voila, he was able to do it. So want to give him full credit where it's due of having succeeded through hacking the game to defeat Lord British. But in terms of the traditional in-game challenge, still stands. So that's the story on the cow bug. Before opening up for questions, I have just a few more things. If you don't already have KansasFest Lord of Storms, it is available on our online storm as well as on Steam and Good Old Games. And we've received many requests for a full sequel to KansasFest and are thrilled that there has been so much interest in the game. And to support the project for KansasFest 2, Dragon's Mirror, we set a goal to raise a minimum of $1,000 a month and ideally $1,500 a month in pledges on Patreon by August 15th. And we're currently we've met the minimum goal and are at about 70% of the ideal goal. Many member benefits, there are many member benefits, including for some tiers listing in game credits, an inside look at the development process through quarterly updates, and a monthly developer live stream video chat. I realize this is unusual for an Apple II project. My life circumstances are different than they were 8 years ago when I started the development of Knox One, and I don't have nearly the free time now that I did then. However, my day job is being a freelance consultant, and I have a lot of flexibility, and support on Patreon means that I can spend less time doing consulting and more time on game development. So there is a pathway here, I think, to get it done. For those reasons, I'm asking the community for help. And many thanks to everyone who has pledged support. And thanks to the entire Apple II community for the supportive environment that has made KansasFest possible. Thank you very much, everyone. Thanks for tuning in. Any questions? Yes.
So you get the bug report from your user saying that, hey, I can do this. He sends you the file, you play it, and you see it on the screen for the first time, hey, he's right. What's going through your mind when you're like, what? Do you remember?
Oh, there were a whole bunch of things going through my mind. There was, this was during the beta testing of Lord of Storms, and I'm thinking like, okay, so should we fix this? Should we not fix this? What's even causing it? Is this constitute a defeat of Lord British? Because it wasn't clear at first, and if it is, what do we do with that? We probably want to announce that. I should give Richard Garriott a heads up before we say anything. I've got like 1,000 things going through my mind in space of about 5 seconds. But gradually took a breath, unpacked it step by step. Talked to Chris, sent the disk coverage over to him. He kicked it around for a while. We put our heads together. But overall, it was a very positive feeling because no matter what the outcome was, whether it meant this was the first in-game defeat of Lord British or not, I thought, wow, this has got to be, if it was, it would be like absolutely the silliest way to kill Lord British ever in the history of games that Lord British was in. so those were some of the thoughts that went through my mind. Other questions?
Yeah,
Martin.
Mark, just a reminder to summarize the question
Yes.
for the audience. And also, I'm curious, what's the development tool chain for KansasFest? Like, what assembler do you use and other tools?
Great question. So just to do that, actually, the last question was, what were the thoughts that went through my mind when I first, when the user first sent me the copy of his game where I saw the Lord British bug? That was what the last question was I was responding to. And Martin's question, tell me if I misstate this, but was what assembler do we use? What tool chain do we use? Is that the?
Yes.
Okay. So what we used for KansasFest 1 is going to be entirely different than KansasFest 2. For KansasFest 1, we used an assembler called SBASM, and the tool chain was, we used Cadius to put files on disk images. That actually we would continue to use. We used LZ4 compression for maps and for dialogue, which has a Windows side packer and a 6502 unpacker that Cucumber wrote. There's a variety of other tools, if you can call them that I cobbled together in Microsoft Excel for creating pixel graphics, creating maps, big tables of items with statistics and on items and spells and things like that, which is a variety of reasons why I chose that path and thought it was the best at the time. And looking forward, there's going to be some changes. We're going to switch cross assemblers probably to 64 tasks. Basically, it's a lot faster is the big reason. On the SBASM, it takes a full 2 minutes to run the build process for KansasFest. And it started out very fast. But once we got up to 600,000 lines of code and data, which is what it clocked in at the end, 2 minutes, even on a modern computer. However, a lot of that has to do with SBASM is written in interpreted Python, and a cross assembler like 64 tasks, or many others that are written in a compiled language much faster. I plan to rewrite map editor, pixel editor, data management tools, so I no longer have tables of item data in Excel spreadsheets. I'm going to rewrite all of that in some C# apps, and it'll be much more efficient going forward as a result. Other questions? Ken?
Does Lord British know about this bug?
I never got around to talking to him about it because it wasn't an actual defeat, which, if that was the case, I, would have felt immediately that I needed to report to the king, so to speak. But no, I have not had a chance to reach out to him about this. I will at some point, and I'm sure when I do, he will get a judicious, or not judicious, get a virtuous laugh out of the whole thing.
What was the question?
Thank you for reminding me to repeat the question. Ken asked if Lord British knows about this bug, and that was what my answer was to.
And will he be in the sequel?
Yes.
What was the question?
I'm very bad at remembering to do this. Ken asked a second question of, will Lord British be in the sequel? And the answer is yes.
Does he know that?
Yes.
Yes to what? He's mean.
He's mean.
I have a question.
Yes.
What if I want to get a box copy of Nox Arcade so that Chris doesn't have to bring it home in his suitcase? How do I do that?
we have 3 box sets of Nox. Chris asked how to get a box copy of Nox Cast if you don't already have one, or if you already have one but haven't opened it, or you have one and have opened it but would like one to put on your shelf that's unopened. The answer is we have 3 boxes of Nox Cast left that Chris really does not want to put in his suitcase and take home. But they actually probably are going to be the last that we make for the original game. We've done 5 production runs, and which have sold out except for these 3, and they actually sold out a while ago. It's been sold out on the website, but we set aside a couple for KansasFest that we bought to the vendor fair, and we've taken the temperature on another run through a pre-order, and there just isn't a whole lot of interest in that because most people that have one, want one, have one. But like I said, if you happen to not have gotten one yet and you want one, or you've got one but maybe you want a second so that you've got that pristine copy for the shelf, or so you have one to open if you already put one on the shelf, this is probably the last chance. Just see me or Chris. Yes?
Curious, how many, you said 5 runs, how many copies have been made in total? Please repeat the question.
Yeah, you really got to remind me that every time. I'm sorry. I'm really bad with that. The question was, how many box sets have we sold in total? The answer is over 1,000. And since we're talking numbers, that's box sets. If we're counting digital copies, it's over 5,000. And that is that's for a variety of reasons, but the way I think it would be appropriate to sum it up is that we the Apple II community know that we're not that big, but the retro community at large embraced our stuff. Not ours just in my Nox Case, but ours in our Apple II style, and everything was embraced by a much wider audience. There's Commodore fans playing it. There's Atari fans playing it. There's people that they don't necessarily even have a retro machine, but they just have a passion towards any games that have a 80s or 90s retro look and feel. So when we put it up on Steam and Good Old Games, that brought a whole lot of eyeballs to it that had an interest in retro, that are not plumbed into sort of like the usual channels, the usual social media sites, would have had no idea that it existed. And did I or Chris or anyone on the team expect any of that to happen? Absolutely not. I mean, we went from the very early days of hoping that tens of people would play this game to there. And it's been a wonderful experience, incredibly fun, and I don't know if you call this an indie game, but most indie games, because there's so many of them and it's so hard to get noticed, most indie games don't sell anywhere near 5,000 copies. So we're like in some kind of top percentile, even counting modern indie games. That being said, obviously 5,000 is not, a million copies. It's not enough to build a commercial game studio off of or anything like that. So we have no illusions that this is ever going to, cause Chris and I to quit our day jobs or anything like that. But it is a very fun project, and it has been really awesome to see all the interest and support for it. So many thanks to you all and to everyone who's been involved with it. Any other questions? Okay. Well, thanks for attending the session and checking this stuff out here, and I will get off the stage so we can get on with it.
All right, everybody hear me? Okay, so let's take about a 14-minute break. We'll reconvene at 11:30 when we will hear from Ken Gagney. So see you in a bit.
Hey, Dan! He gone! He done it!
Okay, sounds like people, whoa. I see what you mean, that does sound loud.
I know.
Am I doing something wrong?
I don't think so.
Okay, wow.
All right, hold on.
It's good speakers.
Ready?
Ready.
Is it time?
It's time.
The live stream is going. Anybody check? We'll assume it's going. Okay, where am I here? All right, so welcome back from the break. And our next talk is by Ken Gagney. And Ken, how many years have you been coming to KansasFest?
My first KansasFest was 25 years ago this month. I haven't missed one, so this is my 26th consecutive KansasFest.
All right, and Ken will tell us about his life as an Apple II Nomad.
Selfie. Thanks, everybody. Anybody wearing a red badge? No? Good. Cool. So, hi, everybody. Thank you for coming to this talk at KansasFest 2023. I'm here to talk to you about my life as an Apple II Nomad and its intersection with the Apple II community. I am an Apple II Nomad. So the actual title is a digital nomad, and I want to make sure we all start on the same page by answering the question, what is a digital nomad? So there are a lot of different definitions out there. It might vary based on who you ask. My definition is a digital nomad is somebody who has a job that is independent of a physical geographic location. So they don't need to be in a particular spot to do their job. And they use that freedom to travel more than half the year. So some people, for example, they do have a home that they live in 6 months a year, and then they get in an RV and they travel the other 6 months. I'll show you how it is that I do my traveling. But first I want to talk about how did I become a nomad? I've been coming to KansasFest for 26 years. Those of you who have known me for a while, this may feel like a relatively recent change in my lifestyle, and it kind of is. And it's largely based on my career. So my career was, I was an editor at Computer World magazine. They've been around since the 1960s. It's published by the same company that does Macworld, PC World, GamePro, Insider, A+. So I was in their office for almost 6 years as an editor and in central Massachusetts. And then after that, I spent 5 years at various hospitals in the Boston area, not as a patient, but on the marketing team. I was running their websites, their Twitter account, writing some feature stories, and the like. And a lot of that, so I went from writing about technology to actually implementing technology and actually launching websites for some of these hospitals. But none of the companies I worked for used content management systems that I enjoyed. Drupal, Sitecore, TeamSite, Joomla. I was using all these things, never really enjoyed them. Whereas the software I was using on my own time for all my Apple II websites, like OpenApple and JuiceJS and KansasFest, were WordPress. And I was like, well, I really want to make WordPress a part of my daily life. So I applied to the company Automatic, because they are the company that makes WordPress.com. Their CEO is the co-inventor of WordPress. And I landed a job there as a project manager. Now, Automatic was founded 18 years ago, and they've never had an office. They've been completely distributed since day one. They have 2,000 employees now, scattered around 90 different countries. We work wherever we want, whenever we want. We do get together occasionally in person. Here we are in the Netherlands back in October of 2019. And I am in the back there. That is me. This is the team I was on at the time. We were about 120 of us, all flew in from around the globe to get together. Now, one thing about me, part of my brand, if you know me well, is that I really love dogs. I just go nuts over dogs. And I've always wanted a dog, but I was always so busy with my life, working 9 to 5, doing community theater, going to grad school, whatever at night. I didn't have time to have a dog. But I thought, okay, now I have a job that I can work from home. I can be home 40 hours a week taking care of my dog, taking it for walks on my lunch break, whatever. So this is finally a point in my life where I'm able to do that. So I asked my landlord, I said, hey, I've been a model tenant for the 5 years I've been living in your apartment. It's a 2-story house. Do you let the people on the first floor have a dog? I would like a dog too. And he said, okay. So I spent the next 3 months applying to rescues, doing site visits, background checks, meeting candidates, etc. And then while I was at KansasFest 2019, so 4 years ago. I text him and I say, hey, I found a dog. I'd like to adopt this one. Obviously, I want to do it with your approval, full transparency and communication. Is that okay? And he said, he sent me back a rather troubling text. He said, no, I changed my mind. You can't have a dog, and you should move out. So that was pretty upsetting, to have just been in one place for 5 years and be told I'm no longer welcome. And it happened while I was on vacation at KansasFest. The good news is that this is a problem I've solved before. I've moved a lot. I know how to find an apartment. I know how to pack things up, get them from one place to the other, learn a new environment. So I started doing that. I was looking at apartments online. And then the Friday of KansasFest, a Friday much like this one, that evening we were having the pizza party. After we were done, people had left. I was sticking around to clean up. And I was standing right about where Martin is now. And I was describing the situation to Kay Savitz, who was standing right about where Jay is now. And how I was looking at places in Boston, and it was seeming expensive. And Kay, who lives near Portland, Oregon, said, you can move closer to me in Portland. And that's when I realized I could move to Portland, or Santa Fe, or Chicago, or Nashville, or Tampa, or Los Angeles. I could move anywhere. There was no reason I had to be paying Boston rent, because my job was no longer there. This was my first time moving after getting a fully remote job. And so you might think that my reaction to this realization might have been one of joy and rapture. But in reality, my reaction to that realization that I had in this room on that Friday of KansasFest 2019 was less Bilbo Baggins and more Roy Kent. I was actually really upset by this realization. And I'll get to why. But it was clear. It wasn't just this was going on in my head. I immediately sank into the nearest chair and just put my head in my hands. And somebody else in the room, who was standing about where Ed is in the back, didn't want to disrupt whatever was happening in my head. So they texted me from within the same room and said, are you okay? And I said, I'm considering a big life change. It hit me like an anvil. It's a lot to think about. So here's the problem with that lifestyle. The problem is that I'm an Apple II user. And Apple II users, they like constraints. The Apple II, it has a 1 megahertz CPU, 140K of storage, 64K RAM. And if we really wanted to and needed to, we can expand those. We can make it run at 800 megahertz, and we can throw 16 gigs of RAM at it. But that's really how you solve problems with modern computers. With Apple II computers, we tend not to work around those limitations. We tend to work within them, because constraints breed creativity. We want to see, what can we make it do with 1 megahertz? What can we make it do with 64K of RAM? So we embrace the totality of the platform. We don't go wide, we go deep with the Apple II. And that's kind of how I had lived my life for 40 years. I was born and raised in Massachusetts, and I loved to travel. I traveled extensively. I'd been to 46 of our 50 states. I'd been to 11 countries, 4 continents. But no matter where I went, I always came home to Massachusetts. That's where I lived. And I'd lived there for a long time, 32 years in the same county, 40 years in the same state, never farther than 40 minutes from where I grew up. So just like the Apple II, those were my constraints. And I knew Massachusetts really well. I had a lot of connections there. I was recognized as one of the city's best storytellers. I was on the adjunct faculty of a local college. And I knew if I became a nomad, I'd have to give all that up. But I also knew if I didn't become a nomad, I would regret it. This was a unique moment in my life. No property, no dependents, no job in person. I had to take that chance. So I loaded up my car, the BlueSCSI mobile, little Prius. You might expect it to be a big SUV for this kind of lifestyle, but nope, it's a Prius. Threw a bike rack on the roof. And the first stop I made was not that far away. I just went from central Massachusetts to Syracuse, New York, because that's where BlueSCSI associate editor Andy Malloy lives. And I wanted to spend some time with my good friend Andy. every December when I'm putting together the December issue of JuiceGS, Andy is the associate editor, and he has a hard time contributing to that issue because every December he is helping organize a vendor, an arts and crafts fair as a fundraiser for his local peace council. And so instead of berating him and saying, you really need to prioritize JuiceGS, I went to Syracuse and I said, Andy, I really want to see and be a part of this thing that is so important to you that you've been contributing to for decades. I don't want to just attend it. I want to be a part of it. I want to volunteer. So I was actually able to man the merch table at his vendor fair and actually see this thing that he'd been telling me about for so long. And it was great to be a part of his life in that way. From there, I went a little bit down the South Coast to North Carolina, got to hang out with Charles Mangan, David Schmidt, and Mark Pilgrim, two of whom have been to KansasFest before. David Schmidt is on the JuiceGS staff, and I had never met him before. He's been writing for us for years, and I'd never met him. So it was great to finally put a face to the name and hang out with him. And then I headed a little bit west to Ohio. I was on my way to Chicago. I stopped to visit Stavros and his wife, Ashley. Had a great time, just one night layover, went out for dinner. On the way out of the house, though, I forgot my scale, my bathroom scale, at their house. Didn't realize it until I was already halfway to Chicago. And I said, don't worry about it. You know, Stavros, it's March. I'll see you in 4 months at KansasFest. I'll get it back then. That was March 7th of 2020. I had an itinerary for the rest of the year, and it went up in flames. 8 of my next 11 stops all got canceled because of this little thing called the pandemic. I was not anticipating that when I started this lifestyle 5 months earlier. The pandemic is not a time when you want to be around a lot of people. But I'm an extrovert. I like being around people. So I was like, how am I going to balance these two things? Well, again, back to the reason I was Nomad in the first place. I moved to the desert of Arizona, and I spent the whole first summer of the pandemic fostering dogs. It was great. They all got adopted eventually. From there, I went all the way to the West Coast, to Oregon. Got to hang out with my friend Peter Neubauer, where I went kayaking in Bend, Oregon. Also in Bend, I hung out with another KFest alumni, Marcus Adams, where we went snowshoeing, and he made me a shirt, JuiceGS, and I gave him the magazine, JuiceGS. And then I went to hang out with the person who got me on this road in the first place, KSavitz, and gave them JuiceGS as well. And that's when I started having an idea. In my travels to Portland, I passed through Montana. And there was this really small town that I never would have recognized, except I'd seen it before on the mailing label of a JuiceGS envelope. I have a subscriber in this town. And I thought I should stop in and say hello. But then I thought, well, a stranger knocking on your door unannounced is generally not welcome, especially during a pandemic, in the first few months of the pandemic. And I was like, I'll send him a postcard, and that's what I did. But then I had another opportunity to do something similar a few months later, in December. When I was visiting Kay in Portland, I made a day trip up to Seattle. And there are a lot of JuiceGS subscribers in Seattle, including one along the way. And I thought, okay, this is kind of the same thing. Strangers showing up unannounced during a pandemic, but now I have something to give him, the latest issue of JuiceGS, because it had just come out that week. So I'm going to deliver JuiceGS to him. I'm going to be a personal delivery man for JuiceGS. So I drive up to Seattle. I knock on this guy's door. He opens the door. I'm holding the magazine. I say, hi, I'm Ken Gagnon, the editor and publisher of JuiceGS. And he says, congratulations. It's like, oh, okay, you're okay. I gave him the magazine. He was like, okay. He went inside. I was like, okay, this is still a flawed formula. I haven't gotten this down yet. The problem is not necessarily that I'm showing up or that it's a pandemic or that I'm delivering JuiceGS. The problem is that I'm doing it unannounced. So a few months later, for the March issue, I was in San Francisco. A lot of JuiceGS subscribers in the Bay Area, Silicon Valley. So I created a form online. I emailed all my Bay Area subscribers, and I said, if you would like to opt in to personal delivery of JuiceGS, fill out this form. I will show up on a time that I give you on this Saturday. We will interact only outdoors and only masked, because there were no vaccines yet. And I will give you JuiceGS. And 8 people signed up. So I plotted a route. It was hundreds of miles, took about 6 hours of driving. And I went to each person one by one and gave them JuiceGS. Now, some of those individuals, they just took the magazine, said thanks, posed for a quick selfie, and went inside. That's cool. A couple of people had actually set out chairs and a pitcher of lemonade outside, and we got to hang out outside. There is Forrest Lowe, who's here at KansasFest. And we chatted for like an hour. It was great, talking all about beta testing Nox Archaeist. Out of the 8 people I met, only 2 I had met before at KansasFest. The other 6 were completely new. And the reception was, it was awesome to get to meet these people, and I think they enjoyed it too. There was one person who I knocked on the door, he opened the door, and I said, "Hi, I'm Ken Gagne of BlueSCSI, and I have the latest issue here for you." And before he said or did anything, he looked over his shoulder and said, "Honey, kids, it's Ken Gagne." And they all came outside, and we stood about 6 feet apart talking for over an hour. Because even on a good day, it's rare that you have an opportunity to talk to somebody else in person about the Apple II. And you add in a pandemic on top of that, and you got a lot of pent-up nerdness that you got to get out. And I was that outlet, and I was thrilled to do so. So I also do a video called 1 Second Every Day. I record 1 second of video every day, and at the end of the year, I have a 7-minute video that encapsulates the entire year. I recorded a bunch of seconds that day, and I made a little montage where apparently there's no sound, and we had just all said, Apple II. And so that they all made it into my 1 second compilation. Another cool interaction that happened while I was in the Bay Area was in the form of museums. In Oakland, across the bridge from Alameda, where I was staying, looking for the nuclear vessels, is the Museum of Art and Digital Entertainment, or the MADE, M-A-D-E. I backed their Kickstarter to launch like 10 years ago. I'm one of their Patreon backers. One day they said, we're having an open house drop-off. If you have anything you want to donate to the MADE, just come on by and we'll take it. I was like, great. So I went on by with some issues of BlueSCSI. I've been mailing them stuff for years, video game stuff. But I was like, here's an opportunity to introduce myself in person and give them BlueSCSI. And it was great to meet them in person. That's Alex Handy, the founder of the MADE. And now they have a complete collection of BlueSCSI. I thought, oh, this is a great opportunity as I'm traveling to look for other opportunities to do this. So a few years ago, 5 years ago, KSavitz organized a tour for us at KFest to go to the Linda Hall Library of Science and Technology within walking distance of here. We went to a Apollo moon landing trivia night, which was pretty cool. And so I emailed them. I was like, hey, I was there for your tour 5 years ago, and would you be interested in accepting a collection of BlueSCSI to your archives? And they said, we'd love that. So after KFest last year, I spent the entire month of August in Kansas City. I stayed here after you all went home. And I brought over a complete collection of BlueSCSI, and now that's in their archives as well. But my favorite incident like that was at the American Computer and Robotics Museum in Bozeman, Montana, the country's oldest computer museum. I'd never been there, and I was there with 2 friends, and we were doing the tour. I got to see some great computers. There's an Apple II right there. And the museum is closing time, so we're leaving, which of course makes you go through the gift shop. And I saw the book Cult of Mac, which I'd never seen in person before. We'd reviewed it in BlueSCSI, but I'd never seen it or read it myself. So I picked it up, and I was flipping through it, and I went to the index. This is a book about the Macintosh, but I was curious, do they say anything about KansasFest in this book? So I flipped to the index, go to K, it says like, go to page 173. I was like, cool. And sure enough, there's a page all about KansasFest. There's Kate, there's Peter Neubauer, Henry Corbis. That's the garage giveaway. Pretty cool. So that's on one page of the book. And what shocks me to see on the other page is BlueSCSI. And there's a whole write-up about it. And under it, it says, edited and published by Ken Gagne, a teacher at Emerson College in Massachusetts. And right there in the middle of the gift shop, I say, holy crap, that's me! Except with more vulgar language. And the docent who had been giving us the tour, he says, what? I said, that's me here in this book. Look out the window. See the Prius with the license plate juiced? That's me. And he says, holy crap, that's you. I was like, I know, that's what I'm saying. So he took a picture of me with that book standing in front of an Apple I signed by Steve Wozniak. And I said, you know, I didn't come here with my magazine, but I'm going to be passing through Bozeman again in a month. if you'd like, I can drop off a complete collection of every issue of JuiceJS for your archives. And they said, that'd be wonderful. So a month later, I went back and personally delivered the latest issue of JuiceJS with a floppy disk and all the issues that had ever come before that. And now that's in their collection, which I was not expecting when I opened up the Cult of MacBook in their gift shop. So museums are a place where you go to see things that don't really exist in nature anymore. You know, they're sort of dead to the world, which also describes some of the Apple II users I went to see on my trip. So Joe Cohn, for example, was a KansasFest attendee. He was a writer for Insider A+. He wrote about shareware programs for the Apple II. And when Insider A+ folded, he took his column, writing for them, called Shareware Solutions, and he made his own magazine, Shareware Solutions 2, which he published from 1993 to 1999. Before JuiceJS ever existed, he was publishing Shareware Solutions 2. He was here at several of my first KFest. I got to buy Shareware Solutions 2 right from him in person. And sadly, he passed away in 2010 from cancer. When I was in the Bay Area distributing JuiceJS to subscribers, Ewan Wanup, who's been to KansasFest and is the author of Spectrum, he's on the JuiceJS staff, and he said, Ken, you know, you're right across the bridge from Marin County where Joe used to live. It's like, oh, you're right. So I went up to Marin County on a day off from work, and I went to the cemetery office, and I asked them, can you help me find my friend Joe? Here's his name, his birthday, and when he passed away. And they pulled out a map, they told me where to go, and after some wandering around, I was able to find his gravestone. Now, I'm not somebody who generally goes to cemeteries because, for me, the person isn't there. But on the other hand, this was the closest I'd been to Joe in 13 years. He was a huge influence on me when I became an Apple II user, like in the early to mid-90s on CompuServe and Genie. And I got to, as I mentioned, hang out with him at KansasFest a long time ago. He hadn't been to KFest in a while. And I ended up just sitting there for like an hour, just talking to him. And it really meant a lot to have that experience that I didn't even know I needed. That was 2 years ago. This year, I had some time off from work. I'm trying to get to all 50 states in my life. I had never been to Hawaii or Alaska, so I went to Hawaii for a week. I spent an entire week on Maui, and then I had 1 day on Oahu, the island that Honolulu's on. And how did I want to spend that 1 day? I decided to go hiking. There is a trail called the Olamaua Trail. It goes among 3 peaks, and then you have to hike back. And if you want to do the whole thing, it takes an entire day. When you reach the trailhead, where the trail begins, there's a sign warning you that 6 people have passed away on this trail in the last 12 years. And it starts with the most recent, which is less than a year ago, and it goes back to the first one in 2011. And that first person who passed away in 2011 was Ryan Suinaga, who we had the donut night for last night. He was a member of the Apple II community. He was a software developer. He was the editor of JuiceJS. He was on the KansasFest Planning Committee. He was the host of the A2 Unplugged podcast. And he was my friend. More than once, on his way from Hawaii to Kansas City, he would stop in Boston, Massachusetts to visit me. Not exactly at work. And we got to hang out. He could be a real pain in the ass, to be honest, but he was also a good friend and very loyal. And I wanted to experience where he had spent his last day. The Olamaua Trail, as I mentioned, 6 people have passed away. All 6 fatalities happened after the first peak. I only hiked as far as the first peak before turning around. So I was in what you might consider a safe zone. Nonetheless, it was a little nerve-wracking. And although I have done a lot of hiking in my life, Yellowstone, Yosemite, etc., I'd never seen a trail like this. This was challenging. There were vertical climbs where there were ropes that were positioned into the mountain to pull yourself up because there was no way you were getting up without them. I'd never been on a trail like that. And it was just as challenging coming down as well. The thing is, though, that I started that trail completely alone. I was traveling by myself. The digital nomad lifestyle lends itself to a lot of solitary experiences. And when I stepped foot on that trail, I was by myself, just like Brian was when he passed away. But by the time I had gotten back to the trailhead at the end of my hike, I had accumulated a gaggle of hikers who were all with me. And they all knew what I was going through that day. And they were all there to support me. And some of them went home and donated in Ryan's memory. And so I was not alone. I was never alone. As a member of the Apple II community, I never am. Which brings me back to why I've been doing this lifestyle and what it's meant to me. I started by saying that the Apple II, growing up as a user of it, made it really hard for me to engage in this lifestyle. But that's not all it's done for me. I've gotten to see a lot of Apple II users in my travels, from Alabama to Nebraska to Chicago to Colorado to Texas to Australia. And in all these people that I've met, some who I'd seen before, some who I hadn't seen in 20 years, and some whom I'd never met, there's something I've realized about the Apple II community. Something that we're really good at and which we actively strive for. And whether it's represented in something like the Ethernet card, the retro connector keyboard adapter, or KansasFest itself, two things we are really good at is adaptation and connection. So what I've been trying to do as an Apple II user traveling the world is make every single day count. Because you don't know where your friends are until you get to see them again. You don't know when that opportunity will present itself unless you seek it out. And life isn't always waiting for you in the same place every day. So if you would like to follow my travels and see a complete itinerary of where I've been and where I'm going, you can find me on the web at roadbits.net. That's my travel blog. And from here, I'm going to be, in a couple of hours, getting in my car and driving to Covington, Kentucky, where I will spend the next month right across the river from Cincinnati. Then I'm going to go off to Washington, D.C. for 4 days to attend WordCamp US, down to Atlanta for 2 weeks to go to Dragon Con with John Leake, who's attending KansasFest this year. Back up to Western Massachusetts to spend time with my brother and his family for 2 months. Off to Spain for a week for work. And then down to Connecticut to spend Thanksgiving and Christmas with my cousin, who I would like to get to know better because she's on my dad's side of the family, and ever since my dad passed, I try to treasure those connections. And then off to dog sitting in Massachusetts, cat sitting in Vermont, and after that, who knows? But I know that wherever I go along the way, there will be Apple II users. So thank you. Any questions?
You mentioned that you visited 46 of the 50 states so far, or 34 you haven't yet.
The question is, what states have I not been to? So at the time that I began nomading, I had not been to, I think, 46 or 4. I had been to 46 or 47 of them. Let's see. I think it was 47, actually, even though the slide said 46. So I went to West Virginia in February of 2020. And that was my first time in West Virginia. And that was the last continental state I hadn't been to. So at that point, I'd now been to 48. That just left Alaska and Hawaii. This year, I went to Hawaii for the first time. That leaves Alaska. I did receive an invitation 3 years ago to do some dog sitting in Alaska. And they were going to fly me up there for the occasion. But it was Nome in December. So not only did that seem extremely unpleasant, but I also need to have a reliable internet connection to do my job. Otherwise, I'll be unemployed, and that threatens my very lifestyle. So I declined that opportunity, and I look forward to visiting Juneau or Anchorage at a later time. So, any other questions? Yes?
So with your Prius, where do you put all of your stuff? And do you leave your bike kind of up top? How do you manage the logistics?
Yeah, where do I put all my stuff when all I have is a Prius? So that's a good question. So the lifestyle of the Nomad does not lend itself to accumulating stuff. When I started my travels, I put into my car everything I thought I would need One of the reasons I only went as far as Syracuse is because I was going back to Massachusetts a few months later for New Year's, and I knew that was an opportunity for me to visit my storage unit and change my loadout. Be like, okay, I thought I needed this, I don't, and I do need this, so I'm going to grab that. The first few months, I was ordering stuff from Amazon all the time. Now I have not ordered anything from Amazon in over 2 years, because where would I put it? So with the Prius, I have the bike on the roof. That model Prius does not support a bike rack on the trunk, so it has to go on the roof. The front seat, the passenger seat, has my 27-inch monitor, because since I do work at a computer, I don't want to be hunched over a laptop. So there's that and my backpack. And then the seat well goes all my coats and shoes. In the back seat, in the seat wells, goes a lot of cookware, because I do a lot of cooking, and a lot of Airbnbs are not well equipped. So I have my food and my kitchenware in the seat wells in the back. And then I have plastic bins that go over them with all my electronics, any books or stamps or envelopes that I need, a bunch of issues of BlueSCSI so I can fulfill orders, a little cooler with some food in it. In the trunk go 2 suitcases. And yeah, when I travel, actually I spent 6 weeks in Europe this winter, 1 in Barcelona, 5 in Budapest, all with just 1 carry-on luggage and a backpack. And then when I spent 34 days going to Hawaii, Australia, and New Zealand, which was 8 flights, 14 accommodations, and 3 ferries, same thing, 1 carry-on, 1 backpack. So I have a lot of stuff in my car. Like I have 1 tote that's just spices, because I love to go cooking. You don't want to buy those again every time you move. I don't need that to go to Hawaii. I'm not going to do a lot of cooking, or if I am, it's not going to be very flavorful, but I can get by. Same with my bicycle. I don't take that with me. So I have, there are people who just backpack through Europe, and yay for them. I have a crock pot. So there are all different layers and levels at which you can go nomading. And I choose to have a lot of stuff, but not so much that it doesn't fit in my Prius. And I've never needed a larger vehicle. There was one time where I actually needed to fit a passenger in my car with all my stuff. And I made it work without the other person being uncomfortable. But it was challenging. The good news is that it's kind of like playing Tetris, except you have the same pieces every time. So when I load up my car today to head to my next stop, I know exactly where everything goes, because I know exactly where it is. So, any other questions? If you're wondering how BlueSCSI gets published, brief story. When I lived in Massachusetts, I had a print shop that was a half an hour away, and what I would do is I would go to him, pick up the envelopes onto which he had pre-printed all the mailing labels and returns, and I would manually put stamps on every one. And then I'd go back to him a week later, pick up the magazine, go to my friends Tom and Kristen's house with some pizza, and we'd have a mailing party of just stuffing the envelopes, and then the next day I bring them to the post office. Done. Now that I'm a nomad, I am not in Massachusetts. Still love that print shop and still use them. They've been our printer for over a decade. So what I'd have them do is I'd have them mail the envelopes to me, and I'd put all the stamps on them. And then a week later, they would mail the issue to me, and I'd stuff them. 3 downsides to that. 1, paper is heavy, and mailing it to me costs about $300. 2, it means that between when I was done preparing the issue and by the time I was able to put it in the envelope, there was a week in which it was traveling across the country to get to me. And 3, I don't necessarily have people around me anymore who can help me stuff. And BlueSCSI has more subscribers every year than it did the previous year. So it wasn't scaling for just me to do it. So what can we do to improve that? And he said, well, Ken, instead of spending $300 to UPS for me to ship the stuff to you, why don't you just pay me $300 and I'll put all the stamps on the envelopes and put the magazine in the envelope and mail it for you. I was like, great. So that solved the problem. So now I just send him a PDF. I go to the USPS.com and have stamps sent to him. I go to Office Depot and have envelopes sent to him, and he puts all 3 together. The downside is we prioritize our paying subscribers. So you all get your issues in the mail, and then like a week or 2 later, I get a stack of like 30 issues in the mail for me to fulfill one-off orders. But that means like I'm getting emails from all of you saying, hey, the issue looks great. And I'm like, if you say so, because I haven't seen it yet. So I used to be the first person to see the issue. Now I'm the last. But the end result's the same. So.
It's true, I'm not a paid subscriber. I was actually going through my parents' basement recently. I found all the issues of JuiceJS from when I was a paying subscriber. It's like, oh, those were simpler times. Anyway, any last questions? No? I think we're done. All right, thank you very much.
All right.
Oh, yes, that was just a video that I was showing before the talk. So.
Okay, thank you so much, Ken. And that concludes this morning's talks. So let's see, the new schedule has been posted to Discord and also emailed to the KFest mailing list. I'm going to put it up on the screen in a few minutes, but it's time for lunch anyway. And so today we have lunch, 12:15 to 1:15. Then we'll have the regularly scheduled talks at 1:30 and 2. And then there'll be some new talks slotted in at 2:45 for the rest of the afternoon. And I'll let you peruse it at your leisure. Just a reminder, wear masks when you're in the basement. And what else am I forgetting? Anything? Okay, there'll also be more details about tonight's pizza, dinner, etc. But that'll be coming later on Discord. Thanks.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. There you go. Yeah, it does. Wow. I can hear myself.
All right,
Wow.
everybody. Welcome back to the post-lunch sessions. So starting it off, we have Steve, how do you pronounce your last?
Juhas.
Steve Juhas, talking about 2 + 2 = 2 + 2. So Steve, take it away.
It's true. It's a mathematical equation, too. Good afternoon, everybody. Hope you're doing well. And I feel bad for anybody that's not under the circumstances. So one thing I'd like to do right up front, because I was a volunteer for many years at a conference, is I'd like to thank all the volunteers that do all the work to put this on. So let's give them a round of applause. So I'm going to try to take you on a trip through memory lane here. I've been trying to recreate that experience, that first moment. You always remember your first, right? So my first moment in time with an Apple II was back in 1980, and that basically led me to decide to do this presentation and tell you my experiences and try to help anybody else out there that wants to do the same thing. So I'm going to take you back through time. Who am I? It's a question I ask myself a lot, actually. 43 years in computing, and one of the funny things I put on this slide was the first time I saw an Apple computer, period, was in Mrs. McIntosh's class. So that hit me one day. And when I saw it, it was the back of the machine that I remember. It's kind of a strange story, but the Disk 2 had a ribbon cable back then that was multicolored. And I still want one of those. I was hoping I'd get one in the garage giveaway. Obviously, I could go out and make that cable, but I haven't gone that far yet. I probably might at some point. Oregon Trail and lemonade stand were some things that I remember. And the first computer I actually used was a TRS-80. And so, actually, the first computer I ever saw was a TRS-80. And so, one of the things I remember is that the Apple II looked different, right? Like I said, that color, that just something about it, right? The Disk 2 was mystical to me at the time. And so I gravitated to it. Little did I know that apparently I did well, myself and another kid named Derek, did really well in the 3rd grade. And we got picked from our math scores, 2 highest kids in elementary school, to be part of an experimental program. So in the 4th grade, I got to actually touch one and see the insides. And Mr. Weinbrenner at the time, our computer teacher who used to travel from building to building back in those days, he told us something that I'll never forget, which was, you're going to learn something that probably most people aren't going to be able to help you with, including your parents. And I just thought that was really cool. So that really hooked me into this stuff. And I think I've been on this journey ever since, and I can't get away from the people here, and I really enjoyed the interaction. I was a president of an Apple II user group at one radio. Tons of computer stuff there back in the day. Tons of electronics. I mean, you'd find almost anything you were looking for. It was like a dream for people that like technology and just screwing around with stuff. A lot of homebrew stuff, that mentality. So basically, I picked up a lot of stuff, and I've done a lot of things over the years with that. As far as, experimenting, I actually destroyed a JCPenney TV one time. It had a digital interface on it, and I wanted it to be analog for my 2GS when I got it, and that's another story for another day. But another thing I was part of back in the day, back in the late 80s, a friend of mine named Joshua Thompson was working on a bulletin board system and called Future Vision. So we were doing that back in the day with Usenet, and we actually had a BBS in Alaska, and I was in Detroit, and we're doing all kinds of fun stuff. MacHack Conference. So I see some parallels and some similarities between that spirit of enthusiasm between that conference and this as well. Quality Computers. Who remembers Quality Computers? I worked there for 6 months back in the 80s. And I actually then went and worked for an Apple dealer for 2 years, and I'm going to show you something I still have from those days that paid it forward. And currently I'm with Stellantis. All right, that's enough of the shameless self-promotion. That's the terminology we used to use in our conference I used to go to. I went crazy. It got to a point where Apple was actually paying me to upgrade. It's kind of a long story, but when I worked at an Apple dealer, you could buy things out of parts. The Apple dealers were required to buy a certain amount of parts to have on stock, but they let me buy them, and I'd build a Mac 2FX for underprice, turn around and sell it, and get the next machine. And I kept doing that, and it was a lot of fun. I miss those days. But of all the things that I've had up here, that's the one I've never had. Okay, so why? I gave you a little bit of background kind of as to why. Shiny, smooth keys. So anytime I'd ever see an Apple II Plus in recent times, I would see them with the flat keys, right? And it was just kind of like, that's not the one I remember. So I'm like, I've been on this quest to find, something with shiny keys. Turns out that that's the Datanetics keyboard for the most part, although there might be one exception, and I am definitely not an expert on this subject. I've learned a lot in the last few months, but one thing I know is I'm not an expert on everything. And so I believe there's a version of the Alps keyboard that actually uses those shiny keys, but it's kind of an oddball situation. The reset key. I didn't realize, I learned that in the last couple of years, that you can flip that switch. So I thought you had to have an original Apple II in order to do just reset, which was very annoying if you're in the middle of something and accidentally hit it, which is probably why Apple put that switch in there. But I realized that the 2 Plus can do that. So that was cool when I found that out. Raised power light. I definitely remember it. Very rare these days to get one, at least under probably $500 just for the keyboard alone, which drives me nuts. The price for this stuff is, especially if you say original Apple II, I swear to God, it doesn't matter if someone stomped on it and beat on it with a hammer. They're going to find a way. Someone's going to buy it for something ridiculously overpriced. Like, I saw one on eBay just in the last week go for like I believe it was $2,000. It wasn't even tested. I'm like, seriously? But anyway, that's just my perspective. It's just one man's perspective. Boot into Integer Basic without System Master, yes. Because I still have my original floppy, as you can see down there. I even know the date because I wrote it on there. I was so proud of it. Nothing like buying your first floppy disk, right, at an Apple dealer. So that disk still works. And when we originally had it, it booted into Integer Basic directly. There was no System Master or anything. But I remember we changed it because the school upgraded and things happened. So those rainbow colored disk cables, I remember that. And then the magical red switch. So I don't know how many of you are familiar with the firmware card. So Apple had a firmware card and it had this little switch. Except when I was a kid at school, I just knew there was a red switch in the back of the machine. And of course it was so tempting, right? So I flipped it. But it doesn't take effect until you power on and power back off. So let's just say the next kid that came to use the machine started saying that something wasn't right, but they knew, because of that special program back in the 4th grade, I think this was like 5th grade, they knew that I knew about stuff. Of course, I didn't admit to my crime. Now I'm admitting to it how many years later, but anyway. So that was a funny memory. So I know I had to have one of those. I had to have one of those. Don't need it, as it turns out, but I had to have it. And then the only Apple II, again, we only had one Apple II at the beginning, and then we had a 2 Plus. So just that memory of trying to get time with this thing, right? Because my parents couldn't afford it. We couldn't. It was too expensive at the time. So I had to stay after school to use it. And the memories of that somehow are luring me back to this thing, even though, like you've seen, I've owned a ton of machines and gotten rid of stuff over time. So it doesn't really make any sense, except, hey. So these are the first Apple II programs I remember. Those are the ones I saw on the Apple II. Okay. Yes, that's what it said. I'm not making it up. Wow. This machine I had the URL to it up here. I put it up there. That way, if we paste the presentation online, you can go see where assuming I put it up in the right format, but you can probably find that URL. It's probably gone because eBay, as I was just talking to somebody yesterday, is getting rid of this stuff in 90 days. So in 90 days, you can't see this stuff, but it's true, 12,000. I know the guy that sold this, or at least I knew who he was, and I ended up talking to him. I tried to get him to tell me, is that true? And he won't answer me, but anyway. The point is, it said it sold for 12,000. The point is, anything of that expense, in my opinion, is just ridiculous. But again, that's my opinion. So again, keyboard number 1, that raised power light, boots to integer basic, non-auto start versus auto start. So I don't know if you pretend this isn't happening right now, but that is what it did. And basically, you did Control B, and you got an integer prompt. You don't need, if it's using assembly, it doesn't care what basic's in there. It's doing some funny stuff. We'll leave it for entertainment value. But it's because I did some stuff to it. We'll talk about that in a minute. But anyway, that was the original experience. I honestly don't remember if that's what we had in school. It doesn't seem like we did, but if we didn't have, we might have had the auto start ROM, and that's probably what we, so. Okay, DOS 3.2, and of course, up to Rev 7 is kind of considered that breaking point for when it kind of starts becoming not an Apple II, but we'll talk about that too. Okay, how did I do it? I'm talking about a couple things here. So somebody offered me the chance to purchase an original Apple II for $1,000. It looked really good, except that deal didn't really work out. And I said, I'm going to keep looking. On eBay is what I did. And I searched over and over and over again. And I finally came across, well, my criteria is this. Let me back up a second here. So searching for Apple II. So that shiny key thing I was telling you about. I didn't know at the time it was Datanetics, but I just knew it was shiny keys. So I was looking for that. I found a listing that wasn't quite right because I figured, I'll take a chance. And I kind of watched it because I'm like, well, no one else wants it either. At least I hoped. Turns out that wasn't exactly the case. Had a Rev 3 motherboard in it. I got lucky. Not entirely, because I also knew to look for the memory jumpers, and I'll show you those too. Found that out recently, that the memory blocks were on. You're not going to be able to tell if they're soldered or not. It's too tiny of a tolerance. Shipping. Yes, that's a big problem. This machine, I got it for $212 in the auction, but the shipping was 1/3, so shipping was like $120 because it was in Los Angeles. Turns out I worked with the seller, and she was able to get it down for me, but that is a consideration, because if you go and look for something and you don't think about the shipping, then it hits you, and you're like, As far as the best offer, I did that. So they had it up as an auction or a best offer. I made the best offer thinking maybe that would work for $100. No, it didn't. At the last minute, somebody, I swear the last 30 minutes, I couldn't believe it, somebody came along and decided that they were going to give me a challenge, although we were doing it in like $7 increments. It was kind of silly. And I got it. I was like, no, you're not going to get it. I hate auctions, by the way. I'm not an auction person, but I managed to win this one. Okay. Yes, this was in the pit. There isn't, right? This shouldn't even have been up here. These chips were not, they were not keeping the machine from being functional. The seller had no clue, but I'm sure that turned off people. It's an opportunity, and that's what I'm trying to point out. There's opportunities out there if you look for them. This is what some of the pictures look like on eBay. Turns out that, of course, the person that shipped it had no clue and stuffed it in the machine between the slots and sent it to me. And I'm like, no. Turns out it didn't do any damage, but chances you take. Original box. I was going to bring that down, and I forgot about it, and you probably all have seen an original box, but maybe you haven't. It's kind of cool. I never had an original box for an Apple II. I used to see that. I remember seeing that on the shelf in the school. So cost of just the machine itself. There's that $120, but by the time we got to it, she refunded me $26. It wasn't a heck of a lot, but point is that. Keep that in mind. Okay, 2 + 2 extras. So, of course, when you get your Apple II, you can't just stop there, right? Because if you did, you would just have a showpiece to put on your table, coffee table. So I decided I was going to get myself an 80-column card. I don't know how many of you remember those. As far as I'm concerned, it doesn't need the little switch, and it loops through to your NTSC display. And it also gives you pretty good quality NTSC for text only. It's not going to do graphics. So you put it in slot 3, and you can use it with software. You can even do a PR number 3, and you can literally do a Control A, and you get lowercase. So if that's where you want to get your lowercase from, you can do it. You don't have to go and spend any more money. However, I did. I kept going. So with some of my savings, I decided to get a Romex, and that's part of what you're seeing there is, of course, you get your original looking computer, and then you upgrade it, right? It's not so original anymore, but this is the stuff we do, and I like to have fun. Firmware card, we talked about that. Language card. So what's interesting is, if you have integer basic ROMs or you have AppleSoft ROMs on the motherboard, either one of those, you have the ability with a language card to load either basic. So that's something to keep in mind either. You don't have to have the integer basic ROMs, and you don't have to have the AppleSoft ROMs if you get a language card. And those language cards are pretty cheap on eBay or on the Facebook Marketplace or other places like that. Data analytics key switches, I bought some of those from a guy named Larry Pell. I'll show you this, his name here shortly, or his information on eBay. I decided to get a 128K card because Petr Piskaric did a really cool session. I think it was, I don't know what year it was, last year, I'm not sure. But it was running AppleWorks on an Apple II. I said, that sounds like something cool I got to do. I haven't had the time to actually run the software because you need some special software to modify AppleWorks to make it work. But with that little Saturn card, you can do it. And so my point here is, for $368 on my extras, yeah, I know, more than the machine. Okay, I admit to my crimes as well. I'm still under $1,000. That's my point here. And like I said, I got more than I would have otherwise. Okay, one of the things I wanted to point out, and this is kind of my point, what I'm building up to here. An Apple II is also available. This is an original Apple ad. I believe this is 1977. Don't quote me on it, but I believe it is. It says an Apple II is available in board only. And the point I'm trying to make is there's a little bit of a loose definition or a little bit of leeway here. If an original Apple II was originally just a board, then the case shouldn't matter as much. That's what I'm trying to say. I know the purists out there. I know. But I'm just saying, if it makes you feel any better when you want to get your 2 Plus instead of the 2 and make it look like one, this is a good point to keep in mind because I didn't even know this. Okay, how did I get to the raised power light? Don't ask me what this is all about. I told him don't send me one of those. I don't want it. And this is a family-oriented thing, so you can see it's blotted out there. But the raised power light, this is a 3D print, and I'll show it to you in a minute. 3D print.
Is it resin?
Yeah, I'll show it to you. Nameplate. Yes, it's true. Yes, that's where it's coming from. So there is shipping, unfortunately. But he claims that's what it looks like. I have no experience with that. I don't know if anybody else around here has done that, but you can get a plate. So for $35, and I forgot to put that on there. I think I put it on the other slide. And for another, 23 plus 16, you too can say Apple II with a raised power light. However, it's a little little bit more complicated than that, but not much. Okay. Again, some points. The 2 and the 2 Plus were offered for the sale at the same time. I did not know that until recently. You could technically order an Apple II in 1982. I don't know who would do that, but you could do it. Integer basic ROMs. They're still on eBay, but they're getting harder to find. I paid $90, as I showed, for the integer basic ROMs, only to realize that I should have put that money into a ROMX. And I'll show you that if I don't run out of time, which I think I'm going to. But anyway, the earlier Apple IIs, as I mentioned, have the shiny keys, the data index keyboards. And I showed you that. That was $35, the badge. And again, these were just-in-time machines. So that's an interesting point. Just because it's an Apple II or a 2 Plus doesn't mean the innards are what you would necessarily expect. And of course, keep in mind that people swap things as things broke, right? So you may or may not get what you're thinking by just looking at the cover. Can't judge an Apple II by its cover. True and not true. But your mileage will vary. But you really have to pay attention. And the bottom sticker, oh my goodness. I can't tell you how many advertisements I've seen, right? Or sales on eBay I've seen where people are showing the sticker and going crazy over it. And like, really? But anyway. Okay, let's take a look here. So, Apple II motherboard revisions. This came from the Understanding the Apple II, which I highly recommend that. It's on archive.org, and I included a link in this presentation. Awesome, awesome guide. I mean, just pages of detail that will just blow your mind. But basically, the author in 1982 said he had never seen these other revisions. I believe that some people have seen them, some of these that he didn't see. That was a long time ago. This is all the different things that happened. Most of it was around video, as I was telling someone earlier, that to get this to even display, I had to come down here at midnight the other night when no one was here, and I had to play with that projector, and I had to put it in Antoine Vigneault, if you know who he is, might be proud. I had to put it in CCAM, which is a French standard. I don't understand why. It shouldn't happen. But the NTSC on this motherboard, oh my goodness, it's a Rev 3 motherboard, and it's horrible. So anyway, you can read about some of these other changes. Revision points. And this is just on the RFI. So RFI is later. You're talking like 1981, 82. Reactive microcells aboard. He calls it Rev 7 RFI. And so I asked Henry, if anybody knows Henry Corbis, I said, Henry, why are you calling it Rev 7 RFI? I didn't know this. I've been enlightened recently. And he basically said, well, that's because people know it that way. I'm like, but it's wrong. It's either Rev 7 or it's RFI, because there was no Rev 7 RFI. Anyway, there's that label madness. How can you do the same? So basically, scan daily, waste a lot of time. 4 ROMs in a row. And I was going to show you a quick picture of that if I can. So, oh, 5 minutes? Okay. It's not showing on the projector. Oh, okay. Oh, well. Yeah. It's good because my screen is not mirrored. Anyway, the bottom line is that there's 4 ROMs in a row. If you see 4 ROMs in a row and then 2 spaces, it's going to be integer basic. So these are some real quick, you don't have to be knowledgeable about all the part numbers. You don't have to know all that detail. But if you typically see a motherboard where there's only 4 in a row, it could be AppleSoft and someone pulled them out. That would happen at the garage giveaway. But typically, you would not have that issue on true Apple IIs, but you never know. Memory select jumpers, talked a little bit about that. The board stuffing date in the upper left-hand corner. That's a little goofy, but there's some consistency for some of the revisions. Some of the motherboards, for quite a while, you would have 79, 11, which meant 1979, and then the week. That's the stuffing date. That's not the date the machine was manufactured. We talked about some of these other things. And we talked about resources. This is all the things that I've tried to note where I've gotten a lot of this information and material. And then the last thing, because we're short on time. So I'm going to do a quick change here. And I'm going to put the ROMX in the machine and just show you what it can do for you. Because I do think this is an awesome value. And Jeff Mazur, who's in California, I don't know what city, sorry, and Dean, who's in Australia somewhere, Claxton, put this thing together. They did it, I believe, for the 2E first. And then they did the okay. So you want a ROM? You got it. Whatever ROM you want. Not only that, you can upload the ROMs. And so Joe Snowstrider, who was talking yesterday, he did a YouTube video on this back in 2020, I believe. He did not have, at that time, I don't think he had the older revision, or I should say they didn't have the older revision available, and he didn't have one. So they now have it for the Rev 6 and back. Because if you know anything about the motherboard, and you know anything about the character ROM basically is small on the older motherboards, and you had to use a Dan Paymar type lowercase chip to be able to swap back and forth between two ROMs to get lowercase. With this thing, I got it. Awesome. And if you want that experience, I don't have the language card in here. Remember that when I started at the beginning of this presentation? So integer no auto. 5, I can do it. I don't have to swap anything. I don't get any R's on the screen, but I do get a little prompt. Control B. There you go. And that's my presentation. I think pretty much in a nutshell. Any questions? Do we have time for questions? Or
Like one question, maybe?
anybody have any questions? So anyway.
You gotta let us know if you ever get the paper backing off of your old...
Well, and that's what I wanted to show. I didn't do it really, and I'm out of time, but.
Hey, Chris, I'm gonna need like 3 or 4 minutes. Yep, no problem.
But yeah, I can show this to you guys later. But this is the raised power light, and I just stuffed some cardboard in it. And I've got an original label from when I worked at an Apple dealer.
Just one question here. Yeah, did you come across any problem with memory chips, other custom chips?
Memory chips, they're 4164s. Those seem to be very plentiful.
And they're all socketed?
Everything on this machine is socketed to my knowledge. I don't think there's anything that's not socketed. Other than, like I said, those memory jumpers, but those really don't matter.
All right.
All right, thank you guys.
Thank you so much, Steve. Okay, it's going to be just a couple minutes while Jay sets up, and so just hang on tight.
Test. Yep. Oops. There we go.
Got everything you need, you think?
Yep.
You're good to
I think we're good.
All right, welcome back, everybody. I feel like I'm actually pretty quiet with this. Is it okay? Okay, great. All right, a little bit more. Wired. How is that? Is that better? Okay, so welcome back, and now we're going to hear from Jay Graham, and he is going to be talking about using the BlueSCSI for backing up spinning disks on the Apple II and Mac. All right, go ahead.
All right, thank you. Thank you, everybody. So yeah, what I want to talk about today, and it's interesting enough, I was going to do a demo on my Mac LC with an external SCSI, and the external SCSI didn't make the trip here. It died. But luckily, I have a backup from the BlueSCSI, so I think we're good to go here. So the internal drive, which I've dropped this LC like 3 times here, and the internal drive still works. So what are we going to talk about today? So what is the BlueSCSI, first of all? How many people here know what it is? How many people don't? Okay, a few. So I'll go over this really quick. This is one of those things where it's like the hair club for men. Not only am I an authorized builder of this, but I'm also a customer. So I was looking for a SCSI replacement I have quite a Macintosh collection as well as an Apple II collection. So I was looking for a SCSI replacement, and there are a few of them out there. So I bought a SCSI 2SD, and that was great. I mean, it worked great, but trying to get the image on there, you needed Dr. Carl Sagan in the Army Corps of Engineers to help you with that, to try to get the image on that. So that was a tough thing. So it was like, all right, there's got to be something better out there. And I was looking and looking. And then I ran across Eric Helgerson's BlueSCSI. And I said, wow, $50. I'm going to buy 2 of them. So I bought two of them. I think I bought the kits for 40 or whatever. I bought the version 1.0, assembled them, and got the SD card out of there, put an image on there from like Macintosh Garden or whatever, plugged it in, turned it on, worked the first time. I'm there. Wow, these are great. So they're very easy to use. So it's a device that basically allows you to replace the spinning disk with SD storage. And there's a couple of versions of them. Version 1.1, they look like that. Version 2.0, they look like this. Version 2.0 has a lot more features, faster. It uses the Raspberry Pi, where the 1.1 used the STM32. And I'm not going to get into a lot of that, but it's open source, faster access times. They're very reliable. They're very inexpensive. They connect to the computer just like another SCSI device. So it uses an IDC50 or a DB25. I'll show you both of those today. And the thing that I liked about them is that they were easy to use. So why do we use them? Well, we have the spinning disks have been around for 35, 40, going up on 50 years now, and they don't last forever. There's mechanical parts in there. Whoops, let me go back to that. How many people know this hard drive here? The Connor. Yeah, that's a real interesting one. It was a 40 megabyte drive. How many people have opened up a Mac with that in there and had oil and grease all over the top of it? Well, you do. It had the oil no spin problem, and then along came the good old Quantum 42S, which had basically the bump stops from the head became goopy with this stuff in there, and you had to either heat it with a hairdryer or whack it with a screwdriver to get the thing to spin up. So these devices are over 40 years old, and as I can attest, they die, and they die suddenly, like my external ones did today. This is an interesting thing. I have a QR code at the end with all the software and files and so forth that I'll talk about here, but there's a PDF of this book out there as well, and it's called the Hard Drive Bible. It has everything you want to know about hard drive in it, but it has a good section on SCSI and all the different flavors of SCSI. So, the SCSI, there's a 50, and again, people think SCSI is really hard, and it's not. It's just sneaky. and I'll explain that in a minute here. So you have a 50-pin IDC cable in SCSI 1, or you have the 25-pin D-type in SCSI 1. It's usually keyed, not always, but it's usually keyed, so you need to observe where pin 1 goes. And here's really the simple thing with SCSI. It's got to have exactly 2 terminators. No more, no less. If you have more terminators or less terminators, it won't boot. Now, that's not very hard, but it's sneaky because some of the terminators are resistors that are on the drives. Some of them are on the cards. On the BlueSCSIs, they're jumpers, whether it's terminated or not. So you may think you only have 2 terminators, but you may have 3, you may have 4, you may have 1. You got to have good termination power. The BlueSCSIs are powered with term power. If the card, like my CMS card in my Apple II that I'm going to show here, does not support term power, and I did not do the mod for it, it looks like there is a way to mod it by soldering a diode into there. The old Mac Plus boards didn't have it either. You had to solder a diode in there as well. So you have to have termination power somehow. And we're going to use, on the Apple II today, I'm going to use the USB adapter that Martin so graciously lent me here. So you need to make sure that your power supply is pretty good. It's about a 5% tolerance with term power. So some Macintoshes and things can support term power, but the power supply is not that good. So you need to plug an external USB into the BlueSCSI. And each device has to have a separate SCSI ID, 0 through 6, with 7 usually being the controller. So today's demo, we're going to change it up a little bit. The Apple IIe demo is going to be exactly as it is. It's a 1990 CMS card, CMS drive. You need a floppy, but I brought my floppy EMU today that's mounted in a Disk 2 case. If anybody wants to see that afterwards, there's a guy on Apple Fritter that sells the kit that you can do that, and it's pretty cool. And so what we're basically going to do is I have a BlueSCSI device, and I created a blank image on there. Now you can use different things to create a blank image. Cider press is usually a good one, and I'll talk to you about. There's a gentleman on the BlueSCSI forums, One Geek Army. He actually is an authorized seller as well, and he made a program called Disk Jockey, which I'll show you here as well, that is really cool, and you can make images of all shapes and sizes. So you basically just create a blank image, you copy it to the SD card, you connect the BlueSCSI to the SCSI disk, you boot it up. Now and that's it. And I'll tell you about the SCSI IDs here in a minute. Attaching a Macintosh, I was going to have an external drive. Now, the one thing with the external drive, the BlueSCSIs, they're just playing around with the 50-pin connectors. So they have the IDC 50s or the DB25s. So if you have an external SCSI drive that uses this 50-pin connector, I made this cable. I basically took an old SCSI cable that I had. I ordered this online, crimped this cable on there. So what happens is this will plug into where the terminator would usually plug in, and then this will plug into the BlueSCSI. And then the BlueSCSI will be just a device in that chain. Again, with the BlueSCSI being terminated. I'm not going to be able to show you that today because both of my drives are dead. SCSI cards, I've tested it with the Apple High Speed, the CMS, the RAM Fast. I don't have a GG Labs, but I'm assuming that it'll work with that as well because we've had people use that. Again, these are the pictures of what the device looks like. This is kind of a picture of what Disk Jockey is. It's an interesting piece of software. You can basically set your own capacity to build a blank image, or you can use a classic configuration, and you basically use drop-downs to pick a classic configuration. So like a Mac SE with the 20 meg hard drive, you can use it with different programs. It'll tell you that's what the image is, and then you can save the image. And there's both the Mac and a Windows version of it now. So some of the software tools needed, the Apple II Filer program, you need a volume copier, right? So you need a volume copier. The Filer program does it, the ProCell volume copy, or any volume copy software. You have to be real careful though, because some software is aware of the block sizes. So you need to make sure the block sizes match perfectly if you're going to use something like copy 2 to do a volume copy, because it'll bitch if the volume sizes aren't the same. ProCell and Filer, it doesn't care. If it's a block bigger, it'll say, hey, it's a block bigger. Did you know that? And you go, yes, and you move on. And again, the software and hardware tools for the Macintosh, you really need none. You can drag copy it, but if you don't like drag copying it, there's a volume image utility or any Macintosh software that does image copies of it as well. How am I doing on time? 10 minutes in, Chris? All right, so here's how you set the SCSI ID of the BlueSCSI. There's no switches or jumpers on it. You basically set it by the name of the file. And the name of the file, it starts out with HD, and then it has an XY, X being the SCSI ID of the device, 0 through 7. But again, 7 is usually used for the controller. Y is the LUN, usually is 0. Underscore 512, 512 is the block size, or the sector size. And again, there's different ones if you need them. And then you can use a name here that's, but again, from the H to the end of the name can't be more than 32 characters. So what I usually do is I'll do like HD20_512 and then put system75 or something in here, .hda. So that's how you set the SCSI ID of the BlueSCSI. And I'll put that at the end, and I'll go over here and we'll do a demo here now on the Apple II. Let me go ahead and plug the VGA in here. And we will fire the Apple II up. If I can get it on here on the connector. Oh, come on. There we go. All right, power the SCSI drive up. What's that? Yeah, I will. All right, and if anybody ever had the CMS drives, you'll know that they take a little while to spin up. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bust out of this. I'm going to do a PR number 5, and I'm going to boot off of my floppy HD. It could be a floppy disk, it doesn't matter. I chose to use the floppy HD here. So, whoops, let me get out of the way. So I'll go down to ADT Pro here. And whoops, don't want to do the config, just want to show the volumes. So this should show the volumes in a second here, hopefully. Yep, there's the RAM. There's my CMS SCSI drive. And there is, that's the floppy EMU, and that's the RAM drive in there. Now, what I've done on this is I have a BlueSCSI in here. I have a blank image in there. Now, the SCSI ID of this disk is 6. The CMS drive is 6. So I'm fine picking anything other than 6 or 7. So I believe I named the file like HD30512 or whatever. So it uses SCSI ID 3. So what I'm going to do now is let me go back, and we'll go to, and again, I did this on a CMS because I figured if it worked there, it works a lot easier on the Apple II high-speed SCSI. So you'll see that I have 2 volumes on this disk drive. So there's a volume 1 and a volume 2. Now, if you're familiar with the CMS, SCSI ID 2, and the actual physical drive is SCSI ID 6. All right, so I'm good with this. Let's go ahead and boot it, and I think I'm going to do a Q for quit. Okay, and I'm going to go ahead and boot that. And I'll do my PR number 5 here again. And go over to volume copy. All right, and I know I'm going to go from 7.1, and I know the BlueSCSI is on use extra memory. Sure, why not? Insert original disk and hit return. I do that. And now you'll see insert duplicate disk and hit return. And it should give me, yeah, hold down Apple to force format. So you'll see that I can hold down the Apple key to force the format. Oops, come on. Oh, I'm sorry. Yep. Let me redo that again. Thank you. That was just me typing incorrectly here. Let's try that again. PR number 5. Let's see, volume copy. Boy, this is hard doing this, trying to turn around and look. Volume copy. All right, make sure I get it right this time. Okay to copy to a larger volume. I made the volume on the BlueSCSI a little larger. That's fine. I'll go yes, please. And let's see, what's it asking for? Destroy, yes. Okay. Now you see it copying here. And so we don't have to wait for that whole copy. I have a SD card. It has the image on it of that hard drive. So I'm just going to do a bad thing here and shut this off, which is a really bad thing to do. Now what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to power my SCSI disk off, and I'm going to take, I think I put the connectors on here. I'm actually going to disconnect the SCSI disk from the Apple II altogether here. And all right, just so you there's no magic or thing going on here, I'm going to move it away. Switch the SD card on the BlueSCSI here. Let me see if I can do this here in the dark. Yep. All right, and I will go ahead and plug the BlueSCSI into the SCSI port on the Apple II. And let's see what we get. See if it grabs it here. I might have to do the same thing where rerun the utility. Yep, let me rerun the utility here. PR number 5. See if we can see it with ADT Pro. RAM. CMS1. And you'll see that now that's the actual BlueSCSI in there, and it's named it exactly the same thing. And it looks like it's working. So let's go here. Now you see there's only one device on there, one volume, SCSI ID 2. I'm going to quit. And voila, we're booted right into ProDOS. So now, if my CMS on the BlueSCSI, and I'll leave these up here and show you this. So let me switch over to the Mac real quick. Now I wanted to do, like I said, I wanted to do the external drive on the Mac, but it died. So what I have here, and I'll pop the cover off of here. So what I have here is I have one of those infamous Connor CP40 drives in here. It's not greasy or anything. So if you have an internal drive, you basically in your LC you get a little connector like this that has 2 SCSI connectors on each end. Just get a regular SCSI connector that has 2 on it, plug it into the motherboard, plug one into the drive, one into the BlueSCSI here. So what I'm going to do here is I'll power this on. You'll see the BlueSCSI will power up. And yeah, it's an LC2. It's kind of my test machine. It doesn't boot very fast. You'll see it'll boot up here. It's booting up off of the internal drive right now. Hopefully it'll boot up before we run out of time here. Come on. Yeah.
When you're showing this up, we back up like 2 feet so that the camera can also.
Oh, okay.
Not too far, because otherwise you won't be.
Okay.
That's like perfect.
Okay. So it's booting up, and again, I know the SCSI ID of the hard drive, and it's saying this disk is damaged. Do you want to initialize it? So that's my one that I have my blank image on, and I'm like, yes, of course I want to initialize it because I want to copy my internal drive to it. Erase. I'll just call it untitled for now, but ultimately I'm going to want to name it the same thing as the disk. Now you'll see that it's creating it on the BlueSCSI. The green light's coming on here, and it's writing. And I should have one called untitled. This is my one in the Mac called hard drive. I'm going to close all this crap here for a minute. And I will open up hard drive again. I will click here. I'll do my option A and see if I can coordinatedly drag copy it over to there. Yep. So it's starting and it'll prepare the copy. And there it goes. It's starting to do the drag copy there. Now, I'm going to do a bad thing again, and I'm just going to turn that Mac off. and that'll probably render the internal drive useless at this point. But I'm going to go ahead and turn this off just because we're running out of time. I'm going to disconnect that internal drive, and I'm going to do a quick switcheroo of the SD card, which this is really that drive over there, but now the BlueSCSI is the only thing on here. So
What is the difference between the previous configuration and this one?
the one was on an Apple II, one was on a
No, you said that now it's
this is the actual copy of the disk. If I would have let that go, then I could have just booted off of that, but I didn't want to. We'll be here all night for that copying over. So.
Did you disconnect the spindle drive now?
Yeah, I did. The only thing that's on there you'll see is the BlueSCSI itself. And again, this is this drive booting over there that's dead, but it would have been the internal drive had I had time to copy it. I didn't during lunch though. But again, if that drive would work, you would see the exact same thing booting up there, and it's an exact copy of that disk that's on the SD card right there. That's all I have. Any questions? Do we have a few minutes, a few seconds for questions? Wanted to try to keep this under 30 minutes. We'll let that boot. It'll probably. Yep.
Can you explain how, in this case, the termination works? So first, you said any termination settings, or how did it work?
Yeah, the question was, can you explain how the termination worked in this Mac LC here? So yes, I can at this point. And I'm going to switch it off again and do a bad thing here. Okay, so on the Macintosh LC, there's termination that's on the motherboard. That's the one end of it. On the BlueSCSI, there are two jumpers here that are terminating jumpers, and you'll see the little terminating resistors that are there. Jumpers are on. This is terminated. Jumpers are off. It's not terminated. The Connor drive does automatic termination, so you don't have to worry about it. Now, if this was a different drive, I might have to worry about this and pop this drive off and pull a couple of terminating resistors off of there. Now, I don't have to do that, but if I did that, or the other thing I could do is pop the jumpers off the BlueSCSI and put the BlueSCSI between the hard drive and the and the motherboard at that point. So either way would work at that point. One is on the motherboard, one is on the BlueSCSI, and this one, the minute it saw the BlueSCSI had termination, it turned it off on here. Now, on the Apple II, the way that the termination works, again, it's automatic termination on that as well. Again, So this is terminated on, but again, the version 2 of the DB25 has jumpers on it that I can take off to say, take the termination off the BlueSCSI. Version 1, or 1.1 doesn't. That DB25 is always terminated, so you got to be careful of that. Did that answer your question? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so you basically didn't have to...
Because this drive is auto-terminated. If it would have been an older SCSI drive that wasn't, I would have had to pull the drive out, and then there are resistors that look like these little orange resistors on there. There would be 3 of them on there, and I would have to pull those out and unterminate this drive. But I'm lucky this one auto-terminates.
Does the order matter? Is there an order how you switch from the motherboard to...
The order doesn't matter. The question was, does the order matter? The order doesn't matter. The ID it matters. This is ID 6. When I name this image, it better not be HD 6 something something something, because then it's not going to boot because I have two SCSI units in there with the same SCSI ID. So you need to figure out what your SCSI ID of your device is, which you can easily do. By jumpers, you can run SCSI probe, or on the Mac you can run the SCSI utility, or the Apple II you can run the SCSI utilities or something like that. So yeah.
External hard drive.
Mm-hmm.
Do I just plug the, so I've got a terminator, I've got my ribbon coming in from my SCSI card to the hard drive.
Yep.
And then I've got a terminator on the hard drive.
Yeah. The question was, what do I do on one of the external drives with this? So you'll see that I have a terminator on here and I have the SCSI cable on there. I'll boot the drive, make sure that it boots and everything, and then what I'll do is I will pop the terminator off of this, right? Then I'll put my cable that I made, and there's instructions on how to make this cable on there. I'm going to switch these around because it's better that this thing is on the top just because of the orientation. All right, I'll switch this, then I'll take this BlueSCSI and I'll plug it into here like this. So now I still have 2 terminators, the one on the board and the one on the BlueSCSI, and I removed the one off of the external drive at that point.
Then the copy is just from the hard drive.
To the BlueSCSI. Yeah, I create an image on the BlueSCSI with using disk jockey. So if my drive's let's say my drive's a 1 gig drive, I can create a 2 gig image on the Mac. It doesn't matter. I'll create that 2 gig image, drag copy the 1 gig over, have 1 gig free, and then when I boot my BlueSCSI, I have a 2 gig drive with an extra gig of space free on there. But but again, if you want to make 1 gig and 1 gig, that's fine too. It's up to you.
Hard drive, the physical device is already partitioned. All those partitions come over and show up on the BlueSCSI?
Only if you do the question was that my drive is partitioned. Does all of those partitions come over? You have to use a sector copier to do that. You're not going to be able to use a volume copier. If you have multiple partitions on the drive, you'll have to use the sector copier on there, but you can do that. You can do that. So if you have a ProDOS partition on there, if you use a sector copier, you'll be able to grab everything on that.
Mind a GSOS? Don't just drag over the way you did with the Mac?
No, you want to use the GSOS was the question. You'd use a volume copier on that. So a lot of questions. I had another question over here.
It was just if the CMS card's DMA or not, like how it compares to the high-speed SCSI card.
Oh, yeah, I don't know. That's a good question. The question was, does the CMS card use DMA? And I don't know. Any other questions? Last question. Nope. Okay. Oh.
Where can I purchase one of these?
Ron asked, the question is, where can I purchase one of these items? Well, we have 2 authorized sellers here today. Joe, I don't know if Joe's still here or not. Joe's not here. I have some extra IDC 50s and DB 25s. If anybody wants one, see me at the end of the day and I'll be glad. If not, I have an eBay one, or you can go to scsi.blue. And there is a list of authorized sellers there, both in the U.S. and abroad. So, okay.
All right. right. Thank you so much, Jay. So now we have a break until 2:45, and then Jay Kraft will be joining us. All right, so see you back in just a few minutes.
Hello, 1, 2, testing.
See if you can make your laptop beep.
Yep. Yep.
Got it? Are you getting the sound from the laptop? It's not a real loud.
Are you guys getting sound out of the laptop? I didn't hear that.
No, I heard it out of the laptop. Hold on a second. Oh yeah, it wasn't set to the external.
I'll turn it back down then, just in case.
Yeah. You get anything there? No, wait. I got volume here. There you go. That would sound. Okay.
You think it's good?
Probably,
I
yeah.
can adjust it during that. All right. You think you're set?
I should be. All right. I guess I can. Yes, because I can't.
And he's going to tell us about enhancing an 8-bit classic game with the Ensoniq chip. Take it away, Jay.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Thanks. So, yeah, of course, like others of you, I was expecting to go tomorrow. And so I was literally making some changes this morning, not knowing that I would have to go in a few hours instead of 24 hours. But so Apple II programming stage 1.5. So as some of you know that talk to me, you know, I'm a fairly novice programmer on the Apple II. And last year I did a game with the VidHD text modes called X-Slinger. It was like a space war type of a game. And just a little ship from it. And so this time I decided to do something maybe not super advanced. Like I said, X-Slinger was my first Apple II assembly program that was anything of a real length. And it was mostly 6.5 CO2 instructions because most of the game just ran in Bank 0, you know, Protos 8. So I didn't really have to learn about how the 65.816 handles the extended memory banks. And so I only needed a higher bank to store some large sprites, but you know, it wasn't really used during gameplay or anything like that. So, you know. So my current program needs a lot more 65.816 specific commands, and I'll explain a little bit of that later. And so I did further learning, and I made a bigger mess. So let's look at that mess. So the theory is that 8-bit games on a 2GS, or really on an accelerated 8-bit, have a lot of extra time on their hands. 8-bit games designed for megahertz run really fast under acceleration. Anyone's ever seen that? You know, they're mostly just pretty much unplayable, right? But you can sync to the vertical blank on a you know, 2E, 2C, or 2GS. 2GS can actually also give you, you know, a pinpoint of what scan line is being drawn. And so when you do that, you can run games at a consistent speed, but the game has to be modified, but it's usually not a very complex modification, just simple modification. So it'll be interesting to see if more games would have that done. I think Prince of Persia might be one that does that already, but and yeah, basically what I just said. There's a lot of extra time between frames. If you figure on a faster than 1 megahertz, the frame draws really quickly, and then the rest of the time, you know, the screen is just, there's plenty of time left before the screen has to redraw again. So let's talk about Aztec. So Aztec was one of my favorite games. Someone, you know, some people in the audience, you know, Chris mentioned it during his presentation. One of my favorite games growing up, and it gets a little bit mixed reviews, I think, but to me it was amazing. It's a game that's written by Paul Stevenson, who also wrote Swashbuckler, if you're familiar with that game, and they have a similar graphic style. And it was released by Datamost in 1982. 2 pretty good reviews. I look back on the old archive.org reviews, and apparently the source code was purchased from a bunch of discs on eBay in 2018, and then uploaded to the Internet Archive. I don't know more of that story, but that's what I was able to find, and that's the location of that. And yeah, it's kind of hard to find because I was looking for Swashbuckler, Aztec, Paul Stevenson, couldn't find anything because it's under data most internal floppies. And it used like this monochrome graphic style. So the graphics almost seemed better than what you're used to on an Apple II because using that monochrome, you're getting, of course, the full 280 by 192 resolution. And most games use color for the sprites. And so Aztec mostly didn't. So things are sharp for 1982. Another neat thing Aztec did is that it kept track of monsters off screen. So you see like the scorpion went off screen, and I moved to the next screen, and it's moving off of that screen. And it's sort of, it's a simple technique, but it gives the illusion that there's more, that there's like sort of a whole world going on in the game, where it's not just what's on screen, but monsters are doing their own thing, off the screen. Yep, and it does kind of remind me of like a Ancestor or Prince of Persia in some ways, the way it's a simple platform and with 3 levels. And there's actually an article that suggests that maybe it was the inspiration for Metroid on the NES, because there's some similarities there. And one of the things it said was in Metroid, you roll around on the ground to drop your bombs, which is a kind of a weird mechanic, but in Aztec, that's how you drop your dynamite, is you have to be crawling. You can't just drop it. You have to crawl on the ground first. So it's interesting. So source code fun. So looking at that Aztec source code and trying to understand it as a novice was pretty interesting. And there's probably 80% of it that I still don't understand what exactly it's doing. You can imagine the labels from an assembler from 1982, Apple II Plus. They're not very descriptive, and you have 40-column screen. You're not putting sentences in there as far as or really long variable names. And Paul Stevenson had some interesting names for things that I wouldn't think that you would have. Monsters were called opponents in his source code. Self-modifying variables are called changeable. Sprites are called figures. And the routine that draws sprites is called a figure printer. So most of us don't think of a printer as something that draws graphics to the screen, but that's how it's listed in his source. And so there were a few gotchas trying to deal with the code. So traversal between banks. So basically what I'm trying to do is the game is written for an Apple II Plus, and on a Apple II GS, it just runs in the first bank in emulation mode. The 65/816 has a mode where it acts very much like a 6502, and it expects you to have access to 64K of RAM and a few other differences. So when I wanted to patch the game, I want to basically find some place in the game. Let's say I want to add a sound to you swing the sword. So I find the place in the source code where I think that you're swinging the machete, and then I want to have some way of jumping to a higher bank in memory. But when I do that, I don't want to be in emulation mode, because if I am, and then the sound is based on interrupts, and so when an interrupt comes in to play the sound, when the interrupt returns, if you're in emulation mode, it returns to bank 0. But if I'm in my upper bank, I want the interrupt to return to where my code is currently running. It's like that causes a crash. So it's sort of getting a handle on that. And yeah, that's basically what I just explained. And so I probably left something out of here, but generally speaking, this is sort of the path I ended up taking. And this is one of those projects where you figure out, a third of the way through, hey, I really should be doing something this way. And then I change the way I'm doing it because it's better, but maybe it's still done the wrong way for the first third. But so basically, I wait for a sound trigger from the game, or I'm looking through the source code and seeing where I think a sound would be triggered. And then I use the SEI command. Basically, I turn off interrupts, and then I jump to the sound code that's in a higher bank. And so interrupts are off, so I'm safe from a sound playing. And so I immediately back up the registers. I turn off emulation mode, and then I can interrupts back on because I'm safe. Then I start my sound effect, and then I basically do all this stuff to get me ready to jump back to the game. Then I turn back on emulation mode, and then I go back to the spot where I left off in the game, if that makes any sense. Probably doesn't. Okay, so sound management. So yeah, my main focus with this was to add some ensonic sounds to the game. I thought back in the 80s when the 2GS came out, I thought, hey, well, even if they're not going to make some of these games 2GS specific, it would be cool if they used the sound chip, because on PCs, games would use different sound cards. So the 2GS ran a lot of 8-bit games. Some of them were pretty high budget, like your Ultimas and such, that had Mockingbird support on the 8-bit Apple II, but had no additional sound on the 2GS. So to play the sounds, I am leveraging Ninja Tracker Plus, which is Ninja Force's, it's a mod player, tracker player for the 2GS, but it has a routine you can call from your own programs that just uses the streaming sample feature. And why you want that is because the Apple IIgs only has 64K of sound RAM. So if you have a lot of big samples, they won't fit. You can fit some small ones, but for sound effects for a game, you don't have a lot of room unless you're swapping samples in and out of RAM. And on a 1-bit, my idea was that for a 1 megahertz 8-bit game, there would be enough time that if I used streaming samples during the game would still be fast enough, because there's so much CPU power left over due to the faster speed of the 2GS. And my demo 2GS has a zip in it, so I'm sure that helps even more. So sound management, buy Ninja Force a beer is my motto here. Something's already explained. Yep, so yeah, instead of having samples limited to RAM, you just need some CPU cycles, and you need a little bit of space in RAM for a buffer, but you can end up playing a much larger number of samples. So one nice thing that I found was that the Ninja Tracker Plus, so it's designed to turn Amiga mods essentially into a 2GS tracker format that's similar, but it sort of consolidates all the sounds into one package, just like a mod. So I thought, well, if I just use this, I can add my sounds as if I'm creating a song, except for I'm not. I'm just creating samples for a game. And so NTP, Ninja Tracker Plus, has a converter that converts your Amiga mod to NTP format. So if you take a program that can create mods, this is OpenNPT, which is a pretty advanced, sophisticated tracker for Windows, but it can handle Amiga mods. And it also has a built-in editor. And so if you set up a build script the proper way, you can just have a mod file that has all your samples in it, and you just hit save, and the next time you build your application, then it's going to parse through the output from the Ninja Tracker converter, and I have it adding the variables into my program. So it makes it extremely fast to handle lots of samples. This is what the output from the Ninja Tracker converter looks like. It's kind of small to see, but at the bottom, it's basically showing each sample and where it is in RAM and the length of the sample. So if I just have like a very crude way of parsing this into Merlin variables. So I can say, the sound that's the explosion sound is at, length, 5,000 bytes, and it's at this offset in memory. No, that's what the output looks like in my code there, where as you can see the pointer to the location and the length of each sample is listed there. And so if I make a change to the mod, change to one of the samples, I just rerun the build, and then everything gets updated. Because it was really a pain. You update one sample, oh, you changed the length. Going and modifying the length, and maybe it's in a different location, that kind of thing. And yeah, during the actual game, I have sort of blocks where I'm pointing to different samples based on what's happening in the game. Like here's a snake. I have maybe some different sounds assigned to what a snake can do. But the too long didn't listen is basically using mod NTP to organize, edit, and deploy samples saves a lot of time in the long run. So let's look at running on some 80s computers, because this was kind of interesting. Most of us have seen it on an Apple II, but just to give you an idea, it kind of uses the speaker click for walking. And he's got a few sound effects in there. Yeah, like little bleeps and there's a little gunshot sound. Yeah, little chirps. It's the same author, so yeah, I'm sure he's using some of the same code there. You know, when you set dynamite, it's got a nice little explosion sound. So he's got that. So that's the Apple II version, which is the original. And so what about the Commodore 64 version? How did that sound? With the SID chip, it's got better sound, right, than the Apple II. I mean, it's certainly a more advanced sound, but maybe, I don't know if it's better. That one's not, maybe not better, but let's see this one. Yeah, the explosion is a little different. No sound when you're jumping or anything like that, right? But here's something that I came across that was pretty funny. In the Apple II version, it starts out with a wall of text. I think Castle Wolfenstein is the other game that does that, but it gives you some text that explains the game. And in the end, the Apple II, it says, you know, this one more thing, the value of the idle is high, blah, 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 blah. But the Commodore 64 version, that part of the text, it says, remember, the guards can be tricky. Some will even pursue you through what appear to be solid walls. And I consider that a glitch in the game, that they're kind of explaining. And then another one says, don't be surprised when lit dynamite follows you from room to room. This can be a powerful advantage for you, or it can blow you up if you're not alert. That's another glitch. That's sort of a flaw in the game, that you walk into another room and the dynamite is there. But it's funny, in the Commodore 64 version, they wrote that into the script. So the Atari 800 had some interesting sound. And the water's a lot faster than the Apple II version for some reason. But I don't know if I like the animation of the running, your character as much. And here's a couple of ports from computers I'm not too familiar with, but were still interesting. The Sharp XL. I wish I'd that gunshot show. It clicks, and then it's sharp. The graphics are sharp, but I don't know if you could say that's better than the Apple II due to the way the animation works. But this is probably my least favorite one. And because if you listen to the sound they chose for walking, it sounds like someone's just hitting Control-G on an accelerated Apple II. So imagine having that for like 2 hours of just that sound. So definitely the worst. Okay, and so I'm going to show you what this looks like. So what can we do here?
Did you say it had Mockingbird support as well, or no?
No, Aztec does not have Mockingbird support. Oh, I forgot to give you this part of this end of the deal here. For the audio, I can plug it in from here, right?
Yes.
If we reach.
Or your ankle or
Okay.
there you go. I can unplug this.
That might be okay. Yeah, watch this. This is probably going to be noisy, fortunately. Oh, good. Booted. Let's see. Might need a way to see the screen here. Got a chair?
Oh, I see. So you can sit?
Yeah, just so I can.
This one?
Yeah, that's fine. It'll be great. Good. Yeah, let's turn my I'll play it on my lap. Yeah, you know, that's how it works. Okay. By the way, is that thing lit in the front? Okay. Okay, so right now I just have my game, which is the Protoss 8. But I'm gonna load the. And that is little g, big S, because the graphics are not updated.
Oh, you did this?
This is a like a magazine article image, and I'll explain a little bit about there's some other super high-res graphic, like a slideshow, but I'll show that shortly. Okay, so what you're familiar with. And if the game does crash, I apologize, because I've done a lot very recently to it. Okay, so that's your standard splash screen. I didn't mention that it's essentially the unmodified copy of Aztec. Maybe some there's only one spot there that launches my patch. So I did do a couple of minor quality of life things. I didn't think it was right to have 40-column text in all caps on a 2GS. So the opening text is in 80 columns, and there is a little bit of a theme song there. Yeah, it's not gonna go real blasting. Yeah, that's all right. All right, so now I guess you could say that Aztec has a title music now. Okay, so I'll start a new game to show you what it looks like, or sounds like. Let's pick that. I gotta face this way, sorry. You see the monsters make noise, so there's a little bit more of some ambient noise that the monsters make. Yeah. This is actually a hard level to start on because you don't have any weapons, right? So getting by like that. Oh, you can fake him out with the, oh, I'm gonna die. Oh, too late. Yeah. So, border does flash. I'll show a little more since that was quick. I have a saved game that it's in a certain spot, so you can see a couple of things here. Oh yeah, there's a pit there. There's your plant trap. I do have the machete, so I can just. Oh, it does make sword swing sounds. If you hear that thumping in the distance. Yep, there is the water trap has sound once the water starts rising. And you sort of splash on the ground as you're walking because it's wet. So only way to get out of this one is dynamite. Yeah, so 1982. I don't have a sound yet for the ceiling trap, unfortunately, but we'll get to hear the dynamite again, at least. He's right on the edge. Okay, so that's basically Aztec. So I haven't. There's maybe some different sounds that that monster didn't come on the screen, but and there's some areas in the game where I'd like to add sound that don't have sound yet, but you could really go on forever because even with the sounds that are there, it's like, well, do I need to vary them, different pitch, that shouldn't sound the same every time and stuff like that. So I had a lot of fun with that. So there's a guy on the Apple II Infinitum Slack named Fat Dog, calls himself Fat Dog, and he's doing a lot of, I guess I can stand up, Apple IIGS image conversions. So different formats, different modes, and he's getting some really good results. And so I decided to use some of his results, and using the power of AI, there's some close-ups of the in-game footage, and I use them in my credit screen. So you can take a look, and it also has its own theme song. Yeah, maybe in a couple of weeks I'll just get it more stable so it launches. Oh, I'm sorry. The question was when will it be able to be downloaded? I think in a couple of weeks I'll just make a stable version that you can launch in one click, and it's not going to have all the sounds, but it'll have something. By the way, the samples it's actually a couple megabytes, I think, of all of data with samples and images and stuff like that. So it might use like 3 megs of RAM or something on the 2GS. Yes.
What were some of the sources for the sound, for the original sound samples, and also the fantastic images at the end there?
Midjourney, or the images, the Midjourney. The question was where did the sounds and images come from? The still images are from Midjourney, which is an AI. You basically give it a description, and it gives you an AI image, and you pick the one that you want. Yeah, and so convert those to super high res. The sounds, there's different, internet sound repositories that have, that just have different sounds. Some of the voices were from like an Aztec, musical instrument sample pack or something. So.
All right, thanks so much, Jay. That was amazing. My Aztec T-shirt.
Perfect.
Yep. All right, so we're just going to take a couple minutes for Thomas to get set up. He's got some equipment to bring over, so just hang tight, and we'll be ready to go in a minute.
Okay, so it's like, and
Right.
Do you have another computer I can,
Here,
I
see,
can borrow? Okay, let's
see if
this
that will
works.
work for your laptop.
Like the PC towers kind of thing.
Watch out. And don't forget your stuff.
Yeah.
Come
okay.
back and grab that stuff.
Oh, yeah, anyway.
Yeah, it works.
Does it? Okay.
So we'll clear 15 minutes in between.
Exactly. Yep. Good.
Are you going to present on this? Yes. Okay. Okay, so you probably want the presenting one up here because you got to reach the HDMI. Let's just make sure it reaches. Jay. Oh, it just reaches. Yeah. Yeah, just reaches good. Great. Yeah. You have HDMI on this side.
Excellent. Do you have any audio at all from this? Okay, good. That makes it easy.
I gotta take my mask off now. It's starting to suffocate me. back again. And we are now going to hear from Tom Giacchi. Jockey. Thank you. And he will tell us about his Apple II disc device. Thanks.
Hello, everybody. So this is my first, thank you, my first KansasFest. This, what I'm about to show has been a project of love going back about 6 years. I started this way back when, and I got a new job, so I put it on hold, and then I started doing it during COVID, and did several FPGA implementations, and of course, FPGAs went non-available, and non-available, and non-available, and eventually I found the Pico RP2040s, and decided to pick it up again, and that's what led to where we are today. So I'm just going to kind of click down here. Why all-in-one? So basically, this is a flux copier, and if you're familiar with the applesauce FDC, it's very similar. We go out and look at the actual individual flux timings on the disk, bring those in, analyze those, create an image out of it, and that can be a copy-protected image, it can be a regular image, it doesn't really matter. So it'll be able to play back emulated, copy-protected emulated stuff. It's all in one. But at the same time, I didn't want people to give up their floppy drives. So I created an opportunity to be able to literally keep your floppy drives attached, put this underneath or on top, and pass through your drives, emulate, or rip, all in one spot. And it's all going to be from a web interface. I don't have the web interface available today to show, but it'll all eventually be from a web interface. And you'll literally be able to store your entire Apple II software collection, the manuals, everything, all on the one device. So kind of makes it nice. Got a couple capabilities. You can rip and emulate virtually any disk. You can write back to new disks. Have a thing called a boot rip mode, which is there are 2 versions of that. I'll go into that a little bit later. And then again, all your software is in one place. Talked about it, it's an emulator. It's a pass-through, so you can use your drive, rip mode, and then rippers. The ripper just basically goes through and steps down whatever tracks you tell it, makes the image, and then you can play back that image. We can import WAS, disk, and NIB formats. I've been hearing people asking now the past couple days for .do and .po support, so we'll add that at some point. First thing is to get the first version out, and then we can just continuously rev it. Everything is stored on there, so you don't need any storage additional. By default, it ships with a 32 gig drive on the SBC, which is going to be a Raspberry Pi 4 or a Pi Nano 3, either one, depending which is more available. And then the actual hardware piece also has a 32 gig card on it. But if you want to put a bigger card for more stuff, you're more than welcome to do so. So basically it's split into 3 boards. You've got the Raspberry Pi, which is the SBC. You've got the controller board, which by the way is not what's in here at the moment because I screwed up on the design, quite frankly, trying to rush it ready for KansasFest, and I reversed a whole set of pins and not quite workable. But this is basically what the board's going to look like when it's finished. And then there's the track sensor. And the track sensor is there to help you align tracks, keep track of speed of the drive, and do some other neat things that you absolutely positively have to do if you want to make a perfect image. And when it ships, by the way, it's going to ship with the board, 2 track sensors, and the Pi, all in a case. The controller board, I'm not going to go into the RP2040 processors because they've been talked about at length, which is good. I use 2 of them. One does all the hard timing stuff associated with it. The other is basically communications over USB, power supply management. And if people really push me, I'll be able to actually support the applesauce APIs over that USB port on the second one. So don't know how much people ask for that, but all the power supplies are built in, plus 12, minus 12, so handles all the stuff for the drive. And there's something called a bit grabber, which I was originally going to make it optional, but I think I'm actually going to ship it by default because it's become so valuable to my work. It replaces the 74LS132 on the disk controller. And really what ends up happening is as the flux timing comes into the Apple controller, it goes through some processing on the controller and then is presented to the PROM, which then steps through the state machine to produce a bit. Right where that happens, I intercept that signal and then match that with the current state of where the heads are on the drive. And then that gets written to a file, so you can then play that back as an exact image for copy-protected software. So it became so valuable to me that I just said, you know what, I just got to include it. So that's going to be included as well. I flux sample on the drive at the base crystal rate of an Apple II. The base crystal rate of an Apple II is 14.31818 megahertz. That gets divided down for the various signals in the Apple, divided by 14 to give you your main CPU clock. It's divided by 7 to give you the Q3 signal, which the Disk 2 controller uses. And that's what it uses to time the writing and reading of bits from the drive. What's interesting about that is everybody talks about flux timing on an Apple II that bits are 4 microseconds and nibbles are 32 microseconds. That's not true because the Apple actually operates at 1.02 megahertz and the disk controller at 2.046 megahertz. That makes each bit exactly 3.91 microseconds. And that's extremely important when writing in an emulation or when you're doing bit copying. If you try to do it at 4, you're completely off. Things won't match. And so I sample at that same frequency of what the Apple writes at as a multiple to get better images. I can sample down to 10 nanosecond resolution, but right now I'm sampling at about 70. And give you a little bit about the Disk Drive 2 background. I'm going to go through it quickly because I know you're going to have questions and I want to leave a lot of time for questions for everybody. The Disk 2 has what they call 35 full tracks or 70 half tracks. DOS, Pro-DOS step to the even tracks. Copy protection puts the data wherever the heck it wants to put it. Half tracks, full tracks, combinations thereof, which is why copy protected software is so hard to copy. You have to know where the data is, and then you have to know what format it's in, because it's not in DOS 3.3 format. And that's because Steve Wozniak put all the responsibility of writing bits to the drive in the hands of the developer in the 6502. So that's how copy protection became so rampant, because you had really creative people out there writing really creative software and coming up with really creative ways of protecting people from copying it. So that's really kind of neat. A diskette normally holds about 51,144 bits based on a 200 millisecond or 300 RPM revolution of the drive. So most people don't necessarily know that when you write a disk byte to the drive, it has to begin with a 1-bit. And for the drive to find where data is, there's things called sync bits or sync fields to bring the head in alignment with the bit stream. So unprotected disks use 50 sync bits. Those are usually FFs with 2 zeros at the end for DOS 3.3, or FFs with 1 sync bit for DOS 3.2. And that 5 of those in a row guarantee that the drive is on sync with the stream. However, copy protection doesn't necessarily abide by that. They can use different sync patterns of different length. As long as the controller can come into sync, it's valid, which makes finding the data on the drive very, very difficult. I already talked about the 3.91 microseconds, so we don't need to talk about that. Copy protection, we're talking about that a little bit already. The software sync field pattern is really important because on some copy protected diskettes like Sirius Software, what they literally do is they put out a sync field, a very short sync field, and then one gigantic sector on the drive because they encode it differently. So you can't start anywhere and just read that data. You actually have to find in sync on the sync pattern, so you have to read the track multiple times to get an image. And there's all sorts of things. Software can write extra zeros at the end of bytes in the middle of tracks, and the disk controller won't really see them by default. But copy protection can actually check for those existence of zeros, and if they're not there, your copy protection fails, the software won't work. Another big thing is synchronized tracks, where you start reading a copy protected disk, it reads a track, let's say track 0, then it steps to track 1, and it starts reading. It knows what sector should come next. And if that's not the sector that comes next, within a certain number of bytes, it knows it's a copy and won't boot. So the track sensor allows the software to align the tracks always to keep that synchronization between tracks. So it defeats that. Slip bits were kind of an interesting copy protection scheme. That's where they would write E7 or EA bytes in the middle of a data field. And I think Swashbuckler actually, I think, used that copy protection scheme. And it'll be reading along in the middle of a sector. The software will reset the disk controller and then restart reading. And that reinforces the alignment of the sync pattern and the data stream, and that's the valid data. So it's really hard for software programs to know that and be able to reproduce that. The hardware, it's just another bit. It doesn't really care. So it finds that pretty easily. Prolock. This is the one I hate the most out of every copy protection scheme out there. It's a really bad idea, and especially now that media is getting old. They burn pieces of the magnetic material away, right? Which now you've compromised the surface of your media. And as the media gets older, it starts to flake more and more and more around that. So Prolock disks tend to fail very, very rapidly from what I've been hearing, and it makes sense why. I can emulate Prolock, but it's impossible to write back to an original disk the Prolock, because you can't burn holes in the media with an Apple II disk drive. However, you can trick the Prolock software. The Prolock software spins around, looks for its bad sector, writes it, and then spins around again and looks to see if the write succeeded or failed. So if it gets garbage data, it knows it failed. If it gets good data, it was a copy. But you can trick it. So if you write another bad sector identical to that one, 180 degrees out on the circumference of the media, it'll write the bad one, it'll start looking for a copy of it, and it'll find the new copy that was written at 180 degrees out, which is still bad, and go, oh, it's still bad, therefore I passed the test and you're happy. So there's ways around that. The other thing that's really hard, copy protection-wise, is keep track length for especially writing media back. Every drive operates at a slightly different speed, so therefore creating an exact count of nibbles on a particular disk is really hard. It may take 6, 7, 8 passes to have that work. For the digital image and emulation, that's not a problem whatsoever. We always keep the track length. So that's defeated there as well. And the other way that's kind of interesting is, and DataMost was kind of guilty of this, they slowed down the drive when they wrote their images. So much so that they actually stick an entire extra sector on every track. Now, of course, if you try to write, let's say, 6,700 bytes approximately, it's actually 6,664 bytes or something like that. On a regular drive, you'll overwrite the beginning of the track that you just wrote. Therefore, you can't do it. So the only way to copy a disk like that ordinarily with like Copy 2+ is you have to slow down that destination drive so you could fit the data. You don't have to do that with my board. My board will automatically adjust the timing of the bits as it writes them to keep that track length and give you a perfect written image as well as an emulated image. And then we start getting into the interesting topic. Who here has heard of weak bits on your software? A number of people. It's a protection mechanism that when you read a bit, sometimes it'll read as a 1, sometimes it'll read as a 0. And they're hard to reproduce, especially on an Apple II drive. And what happens is the software goes out and looks for that. It'll read the track 3, 4, 5, 6 times, and that particular sector should read differently at least one of those times. And if it doesn't, it knows it's a copy, and therefore the copy protection fails. So we can detect the weak bits and emulate them. But there's two ways that weak bits got created in the Apple II. And it has to do with an oddity in the disk controller card. Woz was a great guy, super genius, and he just 2 PROM changes and you got 35% more storage on your disk from 3.2 to 3.3. He could have gone a little bit further. So what happens when you can only write 2 zeros in a row on a floppy? Everybody's heard that if they know anything about copy protection or how DOS does its stuff. You can only have 2 consecutive 0 bits. And that's because the hardware can't reliably read more than 2 consecutive 0 bits. Well, it turns out that the drive and all the electronics up to the point of the PROM that does the state machine checking for 0 bits or 1 bits actually can read many, many, many zeros in a row with no problem whatsoever. What'll happen is when you have more than 2, it's usually 3 or 4, the instantaneous speed of the drive is not perfect. It's not 200 milliseconds divided by whatever to give you that instantaneous speed. It can be off by as much as 10%. So if I'm going to round this up to 4 just for ease of math here. If a bit takes 4 microseconds to write and you write 4 0 bits in a row and then a 1 bit in a row, it sounds easy. When you read that back, however, that's not 20 microseconds, right? If it's 4.3 for each of those 0 bits as it's reading it back because of the instantaneous fluctuations, you'll get 4.3 plus 4.3 plus 4.3 plus 4.3. So now you're up to 17.2, and then you have the 0 portion of the 1 bit that gets come in before it sees the 1 microsecond pulse from the drive. That's another 3 or 3.5 microseconds. So now you're up at almost 21. So what happens, the disk controller reads and it goes, okay, every 4 microseconds, that's a 0. Every 4 microseconds, that's a 0. And when it gets to 20, that's number 5. And then it issues a 1 bit right afterwards. That could have been detected by the PROM. And if it had been, weak bits would have never existed. That means they could have written any number of zeros in a row. They could have literally pushed the storage from 16 sectors per track to 20 sectors per track, which would have pushed your media up from 140K to 175K with just 1 or 2 byte changes in the PROM. So something I kind of learned as I was putting an oscilloscope on and looking at all the bit timings and realized, weak bits are really because of the speed drive variations. The other way weak bits get created are special hardware. And they write 1 bits too close to each other. And sometimes they'll read as a single 1 bit, and sometimes they'll read as a 0 bit and then a 1 bit, or 2 1 bits. It just depends on how big that gap is. And the problem is that gap needs to be about 320 microseconds. Nanoseconds. The Apple II cannot write a 320 nanosecond gap by default. So that's where weak bits get basically impossible to reproduce if it's used that scheme. The Apple II disk can actually write those, and it can emulate those. Talked about that a little bit. Just talked about the case to go to 20 sectors. A little graph kind of showing those the 0 times here of how big one's supposed to look and how tiny they can get. So the one that's down over here is really tiny. When the Apple II reads that, you can see it skips right over it. It doesn't know that that was supposed to be a gap. And that becomes a single 1. But here that gap gets interpreted as 2 ones. So that's how the weak bits actually look like on a scope. That's basically just what I explained. Talked about 20 sector disks. And then there's the contact information. So what I want to do is just demo the board in operation here. So the first thing we will do is put it in emulation mode. And turn this on. Hopefully this will all work.
Do you need this screen to still be showing, or
Like
on the screen? It'll still be
no,
there, but
no, I'll need it, but we can go to this one. So let's flip this guy on. And it'll start booting. And that boots off the emulator. I don't want to block the screen. So it's a standard DOS 3.3. And that was ripped from the part there. And you can see that it boots. So that part's all working. Works just dandy. I want to then show you the next part. And that I will do here. Just got Putty is unhappy because it loses the connection when I reset it. All right, so I have this thing called pass-through mode. And in pass-through mode, the Apple II acts just like a normal Apple II. The disk drives work. They're moved out of the way, and you can continue using your original media any way you'd like. Thank you. And then the other mode we have is called boot tracing mode, and I'll do that in a second here.
So it's like from the Apple to your board.
Yep.
To the drive.
Yep. So it just moves the signals between them, steps out of the way. And let's do G, Control G. This is the one that was a little flaky because things kind of got a little bit broken up. So it actually tracked all the head movements and said, okay, now I know where all the data is. And you'll notice that this particular copy protection uses half tracks. So now you've got a complete list of where they are. Then I can just say, okay, should take that. Let's try that. Did I lose my, I lost my, there we go. So it added it. And now you've got the list. The next little rev of that will actually automatically rip those, so you don't actually have to keep track of it itself, which is kind of a cool capability. And then one last little thing, which is kind of a nice utility piece for the piece, is drive speed. Come on. Yeah, let's just see. Let me restart the session here. Let's see if I can get that to work this time. So you can see down on the bottom there the drive speed as it's calculating it. You don't need a piece of media in there to do that because it uses the track sensor to handle all that for you. So you can use that to adjust. And then the last mode I'll show you is actually just what would rip a normal diskette, because it just uses the standard tracks, but it'll kind of give you an idea how it works. And let's go restart session. And so it's going through, stepping to each track, ripping it in, saving it to the SD card. And for copy protected disks, it takes about 20 seconds to do the rip for all 30 some odd tracks. If you are using a non-protected disk, which a lot of folks have, you can actually rip a perfect image in about 10 seconds. So that's the demo. And I'm happy to answer any questions or thoughts or ask away. Wow, everybody's quiet.
What kind of sensors are you using?
So Good question. So the question is, what kind of sync sensor? So the sync sensor, and I'll pass it around for people to see. This is the little board here. It's very tiny. And it's a photo interrupter. So there's no magnetics. That's one of the things I thought was a flaw in the FDC, is having a piece of magnetic material in next to your floppy media. That got removed. The board itself, as I say, is a dual RP2040 set of processors with an RPI doing the rest of the crunching. And that's it. I'm looking for beta testers in September. So the deal will be, for the beta testers, you'll get the board, you'll get the software, you'll get a case, power supply, everything you need. The only thing I ask you to do, because of the shortage of RPI 4s right now, is supply your own RPI 4. But for participating and helping me improve the product and get it ready for market in October, when the final boards are ready, packaged with a Pi, I will send you the full package at no charge. So you'll end up with 2 for free, basically. Because I think your time is extremely valuable and your knowledge is extremely valuable to me, so I want to respect that. Any other questions? Price. Good. Thank you. So $279. And I think that's a pretty fair number. It's about where the applesauce sits, but with additional functionality. I have a question for folks. If you buy one of these, would you find it useful to be able to have just an emulator piece for your other 2s that work with the main unit? And the reason I ask that is, in theory, I can create an emulator that you can serve from this. So you can have all your images in one spot and be able to boot them on any of your 2s. Would that be of use to anybody?
Would that work on like a 2C as well? Or?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so, because I've been thinking about doing that as an add-on and making that for a lot less money. So you only need one, and then you can have the emulation everywhere.
I think a lot of us have multiple machines.
Yep. Yeah, and I was thinking about that, and then I came here and saw how many machines everybody had. I was like, holy Christmas, they have more than I do. So again, thank you.
All right, we should keep going. Maybe other questions, you can just grab Tom afterward. So we have about a 10-minute break right now, and Javier Rivera will be our next speaker. He needs to do some setup, so we'll see you back here at 4 o'clock.
Great device.
Thank you.
Hello, hello. Can you hear me? Perfect. Unfortunately.
All right, everybody, back to your seats. So the last regular talk of the day, we'll actually have one more quick talk after this, but this is the last kind of talk for today is Javier Rivera. What are you going to?
It's about 3D creation of, vintage parts, maybe.
Yep.
Basically, how to do 3D things for. I do it for vintage parts. So somebody asked me to give some tips. So I want to show, my friend Ron over there. So I want to show how I create something. We're going to do something real fast on the screen, so I can show you how I think and how I do things and why I do it. I brought some 3D printed samples that you can pass around if you want. And they're very complex. A lot of 3D programs are very complex, very difficult for a newbie like me. And I'm very visual. I'm a visual graphic artist, so I cannot do code. I cannot be doing line by line. And there's some of them that are very, very difficult and complex. So I'm thinking visually, so I want to be able to do things visually. So and I've created, this is an Apple II fan on the side. I created completely in 3D. This is the base of Apple IIc monitor. And there's these pieces, sometimes they get lost. So I recreated them for, to be reprinted and reused like, normal parts. So, and I'm gonna have these ones if you guys wanna take them and check them. But, and one of the pinnacle of the things that I have created is, of course, the front bezel of the Apple II drive. And I'm going to show it to you in a few minutes if you want. I recreated basically, and it's not difficult to recreate. What you got to do is you got to have the part that you need and calipers. Calipers are essential for this. I work in millimeters because they're more accurate. They're smaller, they're very little, so they be very, very accurate. But also I learned that you don't have to be, by the exact millimeter, but yeah, you can have 1 or 2 millimeters on the side and it will be okay. But yes, you gotta measure everything that you're gonna do since the beginning. So let's talk about a little bit about this one, let's say. I'm sure by now you all have seen this. It's a recreation of the Apple 3.5 case. So what I wanted to do is I want to create a case for an emulator, but I didn't want to break an original one. And in the past, I've broken or taken old ones and cut them out and modifying them to do something else. But at this time, I say, well, it's very difficult. It's very bad to destroy something, and we have the technology to recreate it. So why not? And I started by measuring it, and I'm just gonna show. Well, this is my original file that I did. Kind of hate that I cannot move things around, but I think it's okay. So as you can see, this is a two-part. Let me think about what I want to show you. Let's do something. Let's do real fast a new one, and I'll show you how I think. What about that? So let's go to Tinkercad, and I create a new one, a new 3D design. And what do? I take a basic shape, a square, and then what I do is I measure this. So I measure the width, the length, and the height. And of course, I'm not going to give you the numbers right now, but this is another thing that I do immediately. I take out this view, the orthographic, and I go to flat. Because flat view is a lot more accurate, and you can see the things just the way as you were taking him like this, like this, like this, and not like kind of like this. So you can really see it directly. So if I go to the front, I can see exactly how it's going to look like this. And then I measure. What do I measure? I measure the width. Let's say Then I measure this, and this is in millimeters. I'm going to say 10 millimeters, 10 centimeters. 10 centimeters, so it's 100 millimeters. So I just put 100, and it's already like that. Then I can, and the good thing is that if you move this little box, you can move it all the way around. And sometimes you begin to move things and you get crazy, and what I do, just click over here, and it will go straight. And if not, you click on the home, and it will go back to the home view. So again, I did the width. Let's do the length, and let's say it's 25 centimeters, so it's 250, and there it is. So we got already the length and the width. We just need the height, and this is the funny thing. The height in Tinkercad, it's in the middle. So you got to be careful there, and you get used to it. Once you get it, and you get this little thing, be careful with this, because this, what we will do, it will pull it up and pull it down from the bottom. And it's good to move things, but be careful, don't move it if you don't need it. So let's say this is going to be, and I'm sorry, I didn't brought my caliber. We could be actually measuring the real size, but let's say this was like let's say 5 centimeters, so it's 50. And we got it. We got the right thing. So what are we going to do? We're thinking, this is going to be a thing that's going to open, so it's going to be a box. Then I want to measure the edges with a caliper, how thick they are, or how thick I want them. And then what I can do is I can take this and say, Control D, duplicate, and then just move my duplication. So what it does, it duplicates it and puts it on top of it. And what I did, let me undo it, is just take it, and actually with Shift, I can move it, and it stays in the X edge. So far so good. Any questions, you can interrupt me whenever you want. So now we got different shapes over here, and let's say we want this to have a hole. We're doing this real fast. So I'm going to put my hole over here. This is a clear, transparent cube that what I'm doing, when I put it on top of the other one, it will make basically a hole on it. So we do the same things. If this is 100 and this is 250, let's say 100 minus, I want the thickness of each to be 2 millimeters. So it's 2, 2, 2, 2. So it's going to be 2 and 2, so it's minus 4. So if it's 100 width, minus 4 is 96. So my width is going to be here, 96. And then the same thing, the length is going to be, this is 250 minus 4. It's going to be 246. And then the height, and again, be careful, and undo is your friend. So I got it over here. If I put it left and I click on it, I can see that this is a line over here, and I'll show you the line tool real fast in a minute. Then the height, we did it, I think this is 40. Let's see, this height is 50. So let's do 46, well, 48, because we're going to just leave 2 on the bottom, and the top is going to be open. So we have this, we put it on top, but what's happening, it's going to be all the way inside, because we got to move it up, because right now they're all in the same plane. So I move this up, and when I move it up, I actually can move it like it's moved forward right now. And I can see it over here. I'm sorry, you see it over here is moving 2, 4, 3. So let's say I move it 4 high. So it's 4 millimeters up. And please stop me if you have any questions or anything. So anyway, I got them both. So it's easy. I take them both, and here's the align tool. I just click on it and say align here and align here. And it's going to be on top of it. When I when I have them like that selected, I can actually tell them, group them. Boom. And there's my hole. So that was pretty easy, and it wasn't, it didn't hurt. It's pretty easy, and then this is the beginning of our thing. So that's the way we should think. We can do simple things. This one, we will do the same thing, and I'm not going to recreate it. I'm just going to quickly do a duplicate just to show you something. We duplicate it, and if actually I just make it shorter, I already have the cover. You see this little thing? This little thing allows you to move it. So we actually can put it together, move it up. You see, it's not that difficult. And then I can move it over here so it's on top of each other. If I really wanted to align, I just put a line here, and it's aligned already. This floating a little bit on top, we can move it down. We have a box. So we can start from there, and we can begin to get more and more complex. To make the hole in the front, let's talk about the hole in the front. Same thing, we just bring it over here. We put it in. We can actually put in, as big as we want, because it's going to be a hole, so it doesn't matter. But normally I do it kind of close, so it doesn't really give you. And I'm just doing it by hand, but yeah, of course. And oh, that's another thing. You got to go close, and it gets out of the screen. So you click on this one, the fit view, and when you got it selected, the thing that I have selected will center it. Okay. So now I have it over here. I can take it from the middle, and it will just. And then I can make that hole over there. Again, I want it. I put it together, and there's a hole in my. Come on, it's a little bit slow. You see? So it's not really difficult. It's just about putting in your mind what exactly do you want. Now you're gonna ask me, what about round things? Let me go back and show you one thing that I did. I recreated these connectors for joysticks. So when I do, I fix my joysticks, or I have a PC joystick, and I cut the cable, and I have the joystick connector that is for PC. Then I convert it to Apple II. So what I do is I actually recreated the connector for the Apple II. And just the way the original looks, and I can put it in. I created, I 3D printed, and then it will look like an original. And you will say, oh, this is very complex. It's actually very easy to do. I'm going to do it real fast. So you do this. It's not going to be accurate, but you will see how easy it is. You take 2 circles, and with shift you make a circle to be exactly the same. Then duplicate. Okay, I didn't duplicate. So I got 2 circles over here. Again, I'm doing it kind of fast, so yeah, it's not. So I go ahead and align them. Then I go ahead and move this a little bit more, maybe. Then I'll make this a little bit higher to have these circles over here. And then I take another tool for the tube tool, or I don't know how we can call this. Cylinder, thank you. You see, I put it in there, same thing, duplicate, and it's on this side, and then I get another cylinder. I can just, again, duplicate, then these things, let me move this, with these arrows you can actually move them the way you want it. And move it over here, move it up, close it, put it in, and at the end, what you do is just, put them together. Oh, I took this one too. It's just aligning things, and then when you finally, shoot. So this is it. This should be a little bit smaller. This should be a little bit smaller. And you know, little by little, you begin to create these things. Put it together. Yeah, it's a little bit. This should be out actually. This should be out. So it's just like this. But I think you're catching my drift. And then get it together, join it, and it creates one shape. That shape, of course, you can change the color, do whatever you want with maybe gray so it looks better. And then for the groups, the same thing. You do a hole, make it smaller, make it like a line. Of course, you always take your caliper and measure everything. But as you can see, it's not difficult. And then duplicate. Take the duplicate one and move it up, and so forth. Other things that I do is sometimes I create them outside. Like it's going to be a lot of groups. I create 5 of them, and then I put them together. That's another thing that I didn't told you. When you create things, you don't have to only use these ones. You can create a circle, and then convert it with this tool into a hole. So actually, this converted to a hole, and then you can put it as a hole over here. And when you put it together, it will be a shape with a hole. So it's cool, it's easy, and you can always, go back and do. You don't like this, take it out, and you can move the part that you don't like. And, okay, we're good on time, I think. Another cool thing that I wanted to let you know is, of course, because I'm a graphic artist, I like to do things that look like the same. So I got the Gravis logo. And how do you do that? As you can see, this is just how I told you. It's different pieces. I'm going to just take the logo and move it on the side. Hold on. Where's my logo? Oh, there it is. I put it at the end. So what I do is I create it, make the shape, then modify it, make the shape, modify it, make it one shape. So this is one of the last steps. I took the Gravis logo. How do you get this? You create in vector file, you create a logo or whatever you want to do that has letters or something like that. Save it as an SVG. And Tinkercad will import SVGs. So you just say import this SVG, it will take it. An SVG is a vector file that it's like a logo, and it will actually import it like this. It will import it like in 3D. So you just move it wherever you want it to be. Resizes that any size you want it to be, and then you put it wherever you want. And if you want it to be like in a hole or something, just convert it to a hole, and it will make a hole with that logo. So it's pretty. Once you get the gist of it, it's pretty straightforward and it's kind of simple. I mean, yeah. Any questions? Yep. No, you cannot draw Bezier curves or lines. That's yes. For complex things, it's easier for you to import SVGs from other program. Yes, and again, the problem with Tinkercad, it's very basic, but you can do great things with these very basic things. Yeah, there's 2 things that I hate from here, and it's one is that one that you cannot really create curves, real curves, and the second one is that you cannot make what they call fillet, round edges for things. So you actually got to fake round edges over here. But other than that, I've done all these things, and they are. Let me open again the file so you can see. Or maybe I should open the. So as you can see, I've done a lot of little things for Apple logos. This is exactly this file that that I have over there.
Log into your Tinkercad account?
Huh?
Can we log into your Tinkercad
Yeah, actually, several of these are public. You see, this is public. So what I do is I make them public for people. Actually, look, this is the Apple 3.5 floppy drive recreation, and it's public. So people can come over here and grab them and use them. Let me open this. And this is something that I did some time ago. You see, there's the Apple logo. That's the same thing. You know, I imported an SVG, put it in over there, and make a hole with that. But I took everything. If you see it, let me take this, and if you, and it pays if you have a bigger screen, of course. But again, there are the grooves, exactly like the drive. Underneath, I made the same thing, the holes for the feet, and the holes for the labels, and the grooves, and the holes for the screws. So it's a one-to-one, and I measure everything. You know, it's exactly the same as the original floppy drive. So you actually can print this one, and it will fit. The only thing is that on the inside, I never finished the things that hold the floppy drive. So that I have to work on, but it's not difficult. This is very easy. What you do is when you're done, you say export, and you say export as an STL. And then the STL file, that's what you take to your, you gotta use another program in the 3D printers that is called a slicer, thank you. And that will take the STL and convert it to a file that's called G-code that your 3D printer will understand directly. So that G-code, you put it in an SD drive and put it in your 3D printer, and it will print.
So essentially that's ready to print.
Yes, yes, it is ready to print. So this is the way to go. Again, there's better programs, more technological advanced, but they're a lot more difficult to use. And this one, it took me like a week to really master it. And of course, this is free. The other programs are so expensive. You just create an account here, and you got a lot of shapes to play with. And if you don't like these shapes, there's more over here. You go, and they got design starters, you know, letters, all kinds of things, you know, and you go to this pull-down menu, hardware. They got actually, you know, you can take this and add a. The thing is that some of these files are not really modifiable. You can change the size, but not really the amount of spokes or something like that. But yeah, it's a good start. So they have a lot of pre-made shapes, but then again, it's easy to really, you know, create your own, or take mine that I put freely and modify them. I've done this, and I've done from this. I based this one, the one that I did, and this is something of the things that I brought to show. You gotta go and gotta go through several iterations. You know, when you put it in, maybe it doesn't close well. As you can see, there was 4 buttons over here, like one on top of each other, and the logo was all the way to the edge. I actually changed it later because it was more difficult to get them inside. So I have to put them, you know, in a line, and also I wanted to be exactly the same as the Apple logo in the same place that the drive does. So I had, these are only 2, but I had like 10 iterations of it, and but it's great. It's easy for small things. So also it's pretty good, and at the end it comes out really well, and it helps. Any questions?
Do you typically print, like on that file you had the lid and the case on the same plane?
Yes.
Do you typically print them together, or do you usually print them?
No, together.
Okay.
Yeah, I got a printer that's a little bit wide, so that they fit over there.
Okay. And it doesn't degrade quality, you'll find?
No.
Okay.
You can, but if one of the pieces works, then you only have one of the 2 done.
Yeah.
And that's a very good example, look at this. This edge borked, and this, you know, the whole print was gone for that. And I didn't realize until I took it out. And then, but these are printer problems, you know, it stick too much, and then when I separated it, it broke it. So there's some issues with printers. You gotta make sure that you put like big things underneath when you have little spokes like this, because they will break very easy. So you need to make it a little bit more strong. So yeah, you learn a little tricks that you gotta be careful with what you do on the screen. When you see 1 millimeter, you say, okay, it's only 1 millimeter, but it's too little sometimes for 3D print. So sometimes you gotta do like maybe 3 or 4 width, and then have space for like groups like this, so they will be strong. Because if you make them thin, they will break. And then of course when you close it, it breaks and it doesn't work. So those are the little things that you gotta begin to realize. And other things that I like to do is these connectors. So when I do 2-part, I do this little thing that has like a little how do I say it, like a little notch that goes out, and of course the holes that they go in on the other side. And I you know, what I do is just put them on top of each other in the 3D program and make sure that they match. And that's a good thing when you're working with that. Let me show you. Well, actually, I shouldn't work on this one because this is for people to download, and if I mess it up. So I think this one is good, because I've done a lot of things with this. You see it's putting itself together again. And these are the little parts that I just created. But when you do that, what you do is just take this. Oh, come on. Sorry, I'm not used to. Oh, another thing, look, I got this one from a 3D repository. It's one of those little switches I use. And it's very good, because if you get one of those in 3D already, you just put it in there and it's going to be perfectly aligned, and it will fit perfectly. So what I do is I take the top, like I told you, put it on top of it, move it up, again, all those things. Let me move it around here. Then align. And one of the cool things about this is also that you can hide one of the parts. So if I want to see how it's going to look without really moving them, I just select, like, I'm going to select the top part, and I take this little ball. It's a hide selected. Oh, it hide both, but hold on. This only. It hides only the part. And sometimes when I'm doing these things, the holes, I just hide the top part, but I leave the little borks, so I see that they're going to align there. And you know, hide, show, it's your friend. So you can always, you know, work like that. You're moving a little thing, hide it, and then show it again to see if it's really aligning, and so forth. So you don't have to really move it around to see if it's. Oh, look, undo. Don't. But again, it's not that difficult, and again, I'm not an expert. As you can see, you know, I didn't design it with the connectors, everything that go in. So what I'm over here is basically a patch. I have to create these ones to hold the switches in there, because I couldn't hold them together, and you know, little things that I begin to add to it. But you know, it's part of the fun, you know. Other thing, I did a hole over here at the beginning, but the cable, how do I put the cable in? And it's a big cable that actually goes in like that, because it's like a U cable. So I have to actually cut it. Look at this, it's crude. I took some pliers, but you know, I'm not gonna print it like 20 for. And it's been corrected in the original. So again, those little things, you know, you print one. Look at all your errors, you know, change it over here, make sure that you're happy with it, and then print again, because it takes 20, 30 hours to print something big. But it pays, you know, and you will always have to have 2, 3, 4 iterations. But it's good. Slicer. I use both Creality and Cura, depending on, yeah.
Because there's a saying that if you do not print it solid, do you print it solid or like a hash, cold hash inside?
I printed, I think it's solid. I honestly, I just leave the defaults normally.
Yeah, so one thing is you can play with, depending on the rigidity of your card,
Yeah.
you can use different like colo hash inside, and it actually be very rigid.
Oh, yes, yes, yes.
In a kind of good
I read
way.
about it.
Yeah, and with the lightweight, less filament, and faster.
So
It's your fill percentage.
it's the fill percentage, yes, you're right. Yeah, the more you fill it, the more rigid it would be and more, yeah.
But you have to be careful in like where the hashes go and where you are kind of
Yeah, I honestly haven't experimented with that because, yeah, I tried to do it quick because the first one are going to be always errors. So I try to do my errors and actually in like medium mode or quick mode because I want to see my errors first. And then when I got it good, I'll do it like a good quality. And that's going to have also issues. So, and then at the end you do the high quality when you're ready with it, like this, you know. This I send it to China, and this is a 3D print. So, and they did it. It's strong. It's very good. So it's not a problem with it anymore. So.
How much would that cost to get that printed?
To get that printed around 150, something like that, plus shipping. Yeah. So it was. It's expensive and it's clear. So, but there's a Kickstarter. So hopefully we'll lower the price for people. Yeah.
Is that a clear resin print then?
It's clear resin, yes. And then they buff it, so it's really transparent.
I tried to print Macintosh 3.5 inch, the little gear that breaks in the inject motor.
Yeah.
And I couldn't get it to work, so I bought them from a guy who resin printed them.
That's the thing, yes, materials. That's a very good point that you just say, that printed, like that little gear, there's always been a problem with that because a lot of people started doing it in PLA and it breaks. It has to be, it's very small and it takes a lot of pressure. Well, not a lot, but you know, enough to break it if the material is not strong enough. So they have to do resin, they have to do materials that are very strong, and people were talking about also metal. So you can do it, and depending on the detail, you need a better printer, and that costs you a lot more, or you know. So depending on the materials, you're gonna be something small that is gonna have a lot of stress. You gotta be careful, like you know, leads, something that move all the time. Think on your material. You can do a PLA to test, but you cannot do that on the end one, you know. So that, take it in consideration, that thing. And the resin printers are amazing, and I would say for small things, keys. That's another thing. Keys are things that are going to be you're going to be looking at. They need to be soft and small. Resin is the best. But and you know, gears or something like that. But think big things like this, I think PLA is more than enough. And there's good printers like, you know, like the Bamboo. This is it. That has the quality to really print it almost original quality. So that's a good one. Any other questions?
And what if you want to print something that's 2 colors?
Well, 2 colors, I haven't done that. Oh, we got an expert.
A 3D printer prints in layers, right? So like last year I printed some multicolor items, 2 color, because it's easier like that, right? So when you, I seriously watch for the right layer. As soon as it gets to the layer you want to change color, you pause your print and you got to quickly remove and change it and tell it to resume. Now the problem is that's going to heat up and it's going to want to drag plastic across your print job.
Yeah.
Real simple solution to that, put a piece of paper over it. Once it gets there into its position and starts printing, you pull the paper away.
Okay, so for the audience out there, it's basically you stop your printer, You change the filament, and then you put a piece of paper because it will, when you move the head, it's going to drag the filament with the color, and it can
It's going to drag plastic across.
drag plastic across, yeah. So you put a paper so it doesn't do it, and then when it comes back, you take it out, and it will continue in the second color. So it's doable.
Buy printers that have multiple
And they are printers that have
automatically change.
a couple of, yeah, they change filament and all that, but they're more advanced. But for us mortals, yeah, and the slicer has also software to have different filaments and pause in the moment, and you can change it.
You can program your slice to tell it to pause at a specific
Yeah.
point. And also you can design multiple parts and then put them together. Yeah, you can. Hey, what printer do you use mostly?
Mine is a Creality CR10S. It's really good, but you know it's not my it's a personal thing, a pet peeve that I'm a designer. I'm not a tinkerer, so I get tired real fast of doing tinkering, and the problem with those is that you have to be aligning them and you know make sure that they're okay every time, and they gotta do the 25-point alignment and all that, and even like that sometimes they fail, and that's my problem. So there are printers that are more, you know, more money, that they will guarantee you basically no problems, and you just send the file and you forget about it. So that's the next step. Now you need money for that, so that's the only issue. But yeah, I would recommend that for peace of mind if you're not a tinkerer. But if you like to tinker things, you know, normal printers are good.
How do you, if you do it that way that you're saying, how do you know that your design is at fault? Like you said about the thinness. If you're sending it to somebody else, they're just going to print it, and it may be flawed, and then you're going to have to get it back.
Well, no, actually I use, how do I know, you say? What I do is I actually use my printer, print my drafts, and then when I'm ready for something nice, I send it out to either a friend that has a better printer or a service, and because I know, but I have to be sure, because these service costs money, and it's time, and also it's, you know, it takes time, and so I got to make sure. That's why all these, you know, are disposable basically, but you know, these are my tests, and then when you're sure that you're happy with it, boom, send it out for a high quality one, and then release it to the public so they can also do their own. But you know, because you don't want to get something that is flawed, and that's why people ask me, hey, can you release this? Yeah, but I haven't finished it, and you know, so that's my only concern. Yeah. Any other questions? Well, I think I'm kind of early, but you know, I'm good. Thank you.
All right, stay in your seats. We have me coming up next in just 1 minute, so hold on.
you guys hear me okay? Does that volume seem good? Up a little bit? All right, how's that? Is that better? Okay, I can also talk loud. All right, and I do have some audio from my laptop, so we'll have to maybe adjust that as well. How's that? Good? Great, thank you. All right, so I want to finish off today's talks by talking about two collections that KansasFest acquired this year. Javier, am I in the camera? Just to make sure. Does it look good? Okay. And I think Roger Wagner is actually watching the live stream right now, so everybody wave to Roger.
Thank you, Roger.
Yes, thank you. So I had the opportunity to go out to several companies back in the day, Apple II related software. He was the creator of Hyper Studio, as well as a distributor for many applications, including the Merlin assembler and a lot of other programs that were kind of integral to the Apple II community. And then he went on to do a lot of stuff for the Apple II GS as well. And when his companies kind of closed up shop back in the mid to late 80s, everything just sort of went into storage. And he finally decided it was time to kind of pare that down, and he decided that KansasFest was the best repository for all of that stuff. And so Ken Gagne was actually already out there doing some work, and so I flew out, actually ended up 2 weekends, and Roger was there as well the whole time helping us out. So let me just show you some quick, yep.
I see green lines over here, so I think.
Oh, yeah, let me fix that.
Thanks. Sorry.
Thank you. No, that's fine. All right. Deactivate, and then activate.
Good.
Oh, and we're humongous. Thank you for pointing that out. All right, hold on one moment. Okay, that looks good. All right, great. Thank you, Javier. Okay, so here's some pictures from when we were out there. So you can see there's Roger Wagner, and this is with one of his original Apple IIs, and you can see it in a display case that he used to bring around to dealers. He actually tried to sell Apple II computers for a while, like an actual dealer for Apple, but he found that he wasn't perhaps the best salesperson, but what he was really good at was actually writing software and also writing articles for SoftDoc magazine, as many of you know. And so he sort of shifted gears and went more towards the software and publishing side of things. But this is the computer system that he used to bring around with him. He actually kept that system. One of the things I did the first weekend I was out there was kind of help him reassemble a working Apple II system, as well as a working Apple II GS system that he wanted to keep these in you know, kind of the way they were back in the day. So that was a lot of fun to get those up and running. Some really interesting things in his collection. I mean, there was hundreds and hundreds of boxes and items. Actually, so one of the things that he came up, or that he showed me, was this Apple computer in a box, and he didn't really know, I think, where it actually came from. Roger, you can correct me if I'm wrong on that. It's just it's not an Apple I or anything. It's an Apple II, but it's in this kind of strange wooden box. This is Brian Peachy, who is also active in the community. He also came out to help, and here he is holding Roger's copy of Ultima 1 in the. So some other things. There's Ken with just a. So Ken Gagne with a small portion of the collection. That we would stage things in one room and then move them down to the U-Haul pods. So this is probably a tenth of what we maybe went through when we were out there. Some other games that we found in Roger's collection, as well as some really interesting hardware, things that would interface to the Apple II that I had never seen many of these items ever. And here's just a picture of the two U-Haul pods. You can see they're packed to the ceiling there. If you have really sharp eyes, you notice there's one of those Hyper Studio water bottles that we had up in the lobby. I noticed people have been taking those and drinking from them. I don't know if we ever made it particularly clear when you arrived at KansasFest that those water bottles are literally 30 plus years old. Those are not new water bottles. Yes, so perhaps we should have had a disclaimer on those. Yeah, so this was all shipped to Kansas, not Kansas City, but actual Kansas, into a storage facility there. and so Sean Fahey is managing that side of things, and so it's all safely stored. I'll talk about that in a minute. And then finally, this is just a picture of the four of us celebrating. I think it was actually the first weekend, so maybe we shouldn't have celebrated quite so early. And then just a couple other funny things. Roger Wagner's used electronics, old neck monitor, and then a super strange Apple II in a case like that, like a rack-mounted Apple II. Really, yeah, really strange. I think I have a video on my YouTube channel where I went through some of this, and he talks about that computer. So if this works, this is a video, and can you hear it? Okay, so this is the woman, I think Megan, who came to pick these things up. So it was so heavy that she stalled her, whatever you call that, her loader there. So the thing completely stalled out. And you'll see her. This video is just about a minute long, but just listen for what she says when she drives by.
Heavy stuff in here?
Yeah. So they just load them up on these
Roger.
big trucks.
Any parting words?
There goes 40 years.
Was everybody able to hear that? Okay. Yeah. All right. And then it just drives away. Cool. All right, so that's the Roger Wagner collection. And then the next collection that KansasFest was involved in was Tony Diaz, and I was not involved in this. I'm just presenting the slides. But as many of you know, Tony Diaz was hugely active in the community. One of the founders almost of KansasFest. Came to many of the events over the years. Tragically passed away a couple years ago, and so KansasFest had an opportunity to save some of his collection. And it was, there was a lot of kind of, I don't want to, maybe controversy or things that we did manage to get out there and actually get a lot of really nice stuff, including some of his rare prototypes, software, hardware, and everything. Not as much as we maybe had hoped, but in the end, it was, it was successful. And as I say here, it was actually six U-Hauls worth of stuff, so huge. And a lot of this was thanks to the community. So we had a GoFundMe, which raised $16,000, and this paid, most of this went to the trip itself, so paying for people to fly out there, but a lot of it actually went to just buying some of these items from the state. And so that was a big chunk of it as well, is just purchasing these things. So we could not have done this without your help, everyone who contributed to this. So thank you for that. And some pictures. So from what I gather, since I wasn't there, things were either highly organized or extremely disorganized. And so you can see, here's all manuals and magazines and things. It looks fantastic. Maybe a little sketchy here. What's going on? What's outside the window here? Well, there's 3 shipping containers that are also filled to the brim with stuff. So some of it was chaos. So here's an old car that, I don't know if it had computers inside of it. This is, Apple IIs kind of stacked to the ceiling, kind of a little hodgepodge. All this stuff here, it's a little hard to tell what's going on, but this is a whole bunch of computers in here, hardware, software, all of it outside. And this is in California, right near San Diego, lots of salt air. So you can imagine things were in not a great state. And in fact, some of the items that were in the garage giveaway, you might have noticed some of them were fairly dirty, rusty, anything like that was unfortunately, came from Tony's estate. So a lot of stuff was in really great shape, but then quite a bit of it was, not so great. So finally, the teams that worked on this, so there was 4 of us for Roger Wagner, much larger team for Tony Diaz, and this is only the people that really helped out with the actual move. There's a much larger team that is actually now in the process of actually archiving things, figuring out what's on hard drives. You know, there was a lot of like Macs that just had, you know, unknown contents to them. So what's next? So all these items are safely stored. They're in a storage facility in Kansas. What we did is Roger's stuff was mostly already in boxes, so that was good to go. Tony's stuff, and then everything was loaded into those for the trip to Kansas. The plans for the collection, we need to obviously go through it, sort it, catalog it, see what's there. Some of that's already underway. Some of it already ended up at the garage giveaway. So those were the things that we were able to figure out what they were. And then we're just going to need a lot of help, you know, scanning, disk imaging. You know, we want to make those, you know, whatever we scan and image freely available. So this would be like media, print media or discs. You know, we obviously want to put that up either on our own website or the Internet Archive or whatever is the appropriate place. And then eventually it would be great to take some of these items, especially the unique, rare things, and somehow display them, you know. And we obviously don't have a physical facility, but what we're thinking is maybe we bring a few items every year to KansasFest, and it would be kind of like a theme. So this year we could have brought, you know, Apple III things, and maybe next year it'll be something else. So that's kind of the tentative plan. And then also perhaps for people who want to do research, like let's say you're really interested in a specific card or something like a, you know, a RAM card or something like that that we have in the collection, you know, you could request access to that. We'd make it available for people to study and figure out how things worked, or dump ROMs and stuff like that. I think that's all that I had. Any questions about any of that?
So, you mentioned the garage giveaway. Will there be multiple garage giveaways and stuff eventually? Is that what you're thinking?
Yeah.
Some of it,
Yeah. I have not been to the storage facility, so I have no idea what percentage of stuff ended up, you know, upstairs in the garage giveaway. I imagine it's small compared to what's still out there, but I also don't know. Oh, Javier, you were there. Do you want to speak to that?
Yep.
Here, grab that mic.
Okay. So, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Yeah. So yeah, I was there. There's a lot. There's a lot. So actually, we were talking about that. It may be about 3 to 4 KansasFest giveaways. So it's a lot of stuff. Of course, the rare stuff may end up but there's a lot of generic things, and so there's a lot more giveaway. Don't worry about that. A lot.
KansasFest is. So it's just kind of comes out of our operating budget. You know, we are a 501c3, so, you know, it's partly so registration fees and.
At that point, you could probably use some more donations, right?
Absolutely. You know. Yes.
Get another one going.
Yeah. So the question is, you know, who's paying for all the storage and everything, and you know, so the answer is the KansasFest nonprofit, and you know, we do have a way in our website that people can make donations, and so if you want to contribute that way, you know, it would be very appreciated. Yeah.
Yeah, and bring your stuff, the stuff that you don't use anymore. Also, that's another good way to do it. You know, give back to the community what you're not using anymore, and let anybody else can enjoy it. People are already doing it, but that's a very good idea, you know. So if you have stuff that you don't use too much, just next year bring it or send it out, and it can be used. So.
I did put some items in the garage giveaway.
Yeah. So if you got items, enjoy them, and next year if you have something extra, say, oh, maybe I won't use this at the end, bring it back, or give it to the community, you know, directly, maybe.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Mark Twain kind of survive? Did they end up?
Yeah, so the question is, what about the Mark Twains, you know, and some of the other kind of rare prototypes? A few of those items did end up actually getting overlooked, perhaps is a way to phrase it, and so they did end up in the collection. Unfortunately, not as many as we really would have hoped.
Yeah.
I don't know, Javier, if you have any other.
Well, I just heard, you know, as you may know, the there was no control over it, and some people that were living over there were doing, you know, their own money and doing things under the radar, and they sold a lot of stuff. But thankfully, they just sold things that they could see on top, and a lot of the prototypes were kind of hidden. So
Yeah.
I'm not sure about the Mark IIs, but
Yeah.
they found prototypes.
Yeah. And you know, I will say that you know, some of these people who were buying stuff, you know, some of them obviously knew exactly what they were doing, and you know, they were just doing it anyway. There have been at least one or two people who ended up buying stuff without really realizing, and they, you know, a lot of stuff. And there's actually a couple people in particular who, you know, started selling stuff on eBay, but when we reached out to them, they were like, oh my gosh, you know. And so what they've actually been doing, obviously they paid a lot of money for it. They've actually been sending stuff to one of the people in our community to either image it or whatever needs to be done, and then we would mail it back to them, and then they sell it, you know. So, you know, it's not all
lost.
Not all bad people, right?
Not lost.
And
Yes, exactly. Not bad people. They didn't do anything wrong. They bought stuff.
They
and
did
they
not
didn't
know.
knew, but they spent the money, and legally they did a normal thing.
Yeah.
But the good thing is that they're cooperating. They say, hey, you know, maybe, you know, those drives, the information on those drives is important to us. Can we have it?
Yeah.
And I say, yes. Take the drive, copy it, and bring it back to me. Send it back to me. So the same way, this software is very hard. Please copy it and send it back to me so I can sell it, recoup. Okay, well, or we can buy it. Also, we'll try, but you know.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, Chris.
So the stuff that's in the owned by KansasFest now, that's clear, right? There's no.
Yes. So the yes, the question is the stuff that is owned by KansasFest, is it safe? And the answer is yes. You know, we own it legally. We did donation forms or whatever was necessary to say, you know, yes.
And in the future, we plan to not borrow, but have display things. And if people ask, hey, I would like to have some information or photos of maybe copy the ROMs from this prototype, we can do that.
Yeah.
That's the intention, to have a thing that is available to not to certain people, but to the public or to the community. So if they need things specific for them, they can get information. I don't know, not borrow it, but yeah, maybe get information or come over here and see it over here, and
Yep. All right. Any other questions about any of that? Okay, great. So next up is the pizza dinner, and so the plan is to have that upstairs in the lobby. At least that's where the pizza will be available, and then you can just take it and go wherever you would like. We're also thinking hopefully to try to get a group photo. We usually do that outdoors. So if that makes sense and people are up for that, we'll head on outside somewhere and take a photo. So that would be after dinner, probably in about an hour. Yeah, Martin.
Chris, because you'll be talking to the group as a whole.
Yeah.
I just want to mention that there's no doubt a group of people who would love a ride to the airport on Sunday to meet their flight. I'll do as many as I can, but I can only take 2 at a time, and you know, it takes time to do the round trip. But I might be able to do like 3 trips or something like that.
Martin, that would be great.
But I mean, that's just me and my little car. But I know there's quite a few people with cars here.
Yeah.
So maybe you could sort of raise the flag and say, hey, if anyone can at least donate a single ride to the airport for 1 or 2 attendees, that'll help out those people.
Yeah.
And we'll just minimize the number of dollars going to Lyft and Uber.
Yeah. So Martin's just pointing out that you know, if people want rides to the airport, typically we do have someone in the community arranges, you know, some sort of kind of. In this case, I think there's a Google spreadsheet that's been going around. Yeah, so it's just a way to share rides to the airport. And so if you do have a car, you know, we'd love it if you would help out with that. And I'll put the link out in the Discord as well for that Google Doc, so people.
Maybe if you could, because we're not all here, so.
Yeah, right. Yep, that's a great idea. All right. Other than that, everybody, it was a great day, and thanks so much. Yeah.